the old council member.
Your company's got a closer. Couple doors down. I'm gonna call him Pickleball Chuck on the side because I can't think of Charles.
All right, don't worry about it.
He's the
So
one
then
that
when
shovels
you're
snow
in
on
those, then
tennis court to make
you
it.
start again and then
Yeah, we started again, and he'll do
No idea
his.
how much he enjoyed it.
He has a second.
and you're
he
gonna
does.
go, so then
My
this.
passion is not quite that strong.
And
No,
then
no,
Joe,
no,
That's an ambition.
John, you go.
Unfortunately, the altitude's getting to his wife, so he's having a summer place.
Just do that.
All right.
That happens.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you. All right, are we ready, Manny?
Yes,
We're recording.
yes.
All right, then in that case, I'll call the meeting to order, and will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Hagenau.
Present.
Councilmember Kerr.
Here.
Councilmember Sarmat.
Hi.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
Councilmember Thisted.
Present.
Mayor Riley.
Present.
There are 6 members present.
Thank you very much. This is going to be as you can see from the agenda, a little bit different than most of our council meetings because we're having a pure council meeting today. I anticipate it's going to be a very long meeting because we have both the because of the council interviews, and we're also fortunate to have the Chief Operating Officer and GM and Vice President for Keystone Resort here to speak to us at the beginning. And then we have a full agenda as well. So we'll probably be splitting this up. I would imagine when it's time for dinner, we will split it up, adjourn, and then we'll come back and probably finish the agenda afterwards, see how it goes. With that, can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I move to approve the agenda as it is.
Councilmember Kerr. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. And this week it was during the session with Coffee with Council, it was suggested that we be a little bit more diligent on turning on and off the microphones. At times it creates a problem online, so just keep that in mind. And with that, I'd like to invite Shannon Bueller here. It's something that we've been looking forward to for a long time. Now that the resort's closed, like Shannon, hopefully you can breathe a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
So again, over to you, and if the green light isn't lit, just push the button.
Show's on,
Good.
so I think we're good. First of all, thanks everybody. For those that I have not met, Shannon Bueller, Vice President General Manager at Keystone Resort. This is my first year back at Keystone. I worked in Keystone 2018 to 2020 and grew up in Summit County, Colorado. So this is a homecoming for me. Like I said, I've worked here previously, but it's amazing to be back. And so now with the new town, it's great to be, this is my first time in front of the council. And something that has been customary amongst other resorts within towns has been just kind of doing a quick season recap. So that's kind of what we'll do today. It's just a quick season recap. I think everyone's aware, John, Mayor Riley, and myself meet once a month, talking between then in terms of discussing different things that are going on between the town of Keystone and the resort. It's been a great partnership thus far, and looking forward to continuing it. I think we all actually are meeting tomorrow again, so it'll be great to catch up tomorrow also. So in terms of the season, first of all, it was a great season. 155 days. We opened on November 2nd, so same day this year as our neighbors up the hill. So that was great. Early season conditions. but then being able to open and expand terrain by Thanksgiving over to North Peak, and then really by Christmas time having almost all of our terrain open at that point. Second year of Bergman Express. Hopefully a lot of you have experienced that terrain. I know that I've got a 6-year-old, and for a 6-year-old to be able to go high alpine at Keystone this winter season was pretty amazing. So to add that additional terrain for beginners, intermediates, kind of anybody and everyone to be able to access that, some of the best views, if not the best views in the county, is pretty incredible. So that has been amazing. You know, we also, just in terms of some of the things at the resort, we opened a Build-A-Bear workshop. So as we think about family-friendly community here at Keystone, kind of opening up some of that experiential activity type of things within our village has been great. And then when you think about the reasons that people come to Keystone, some of it is also the events and activations. So working with the Keystone Neighborhood Company, the resort putting on Peaks and Beats. This winter, we also hosted the National Brotherhood of Snow Sports. The town was an amazing partner in that, with the town and Mayor Riley presenting the key to Keystone, which is the first one that we had ever done here at Keystone, so that was awesome to see. And what a great event, welcoming thousands of folks, friends, families, allies to that event, which was amazing. We also hosted our Keystone Pride Weekend a couple weekends ago, and then finished off the season this weekend with a rail jam, pond skim, just really fun activities at the Mountain House base area, activating that area, as well as around the resort. And so when I think about, you know, our relationship is moving forward, you know, I look at it as a partnership, and it is really important with the town of Keystone and the resort continuing to connect, talk about things that are going on, and collaborate on everything that's, you know, we have moving forward. And, you know, there's so much more to come, right? You know, we've got through the season, so season's here, and, you know, we finished out the season really strong. We've got Breckenridge still open, so there's still some good skiing days ahead of us here in the county, but really excited for the continued support, collaboration as we move forward. And I, you know, for me, you know, really appreciate Mayor Riley, John Crone, and the partnership that we've continued to have as we, you know, look forward to the future and many more years to come, and, you know, what this town's gonna do and what that's gonna bring for all of us. And so really excited for what's next. That's what I have for today.
Great. Does any council member have any questions? Council member Cormett?
When's the bike park opening? Also, when's the bike park opening 7 days a week?
Good question. 7 days a week, I don't know, not this summer. What I would say is for opening, so the first festival weekend that we have in Keystone is Bacon and Bourbon, which is the weekend of the 21st, so our plan is to be open by that weekend for Bike Park.
Awesome, I look forward to it.
Yeah.
Could it potentially be earlier if the snow melts?
Most likely not, especially based on the snow that we have. We will still probably have snow blowers on bike trails and lots of snow moving even at that point. So I would say very, very unlikely for that.
Councilmember Kerr.
Thank you for coming, and let me congratulate you for being named one of America's most trusted companies. That's
Thank
pretty
you.
awesome. I wondered if you could, you know, we're really looking forward to working with you. I think we've started thanks to the mayor and the town manager. Do you want to give us an idea of what you think we could work together on?
Yeah, you know, I think we're figuring that out. So like what I would say is, you know, Ken and John, I would say one, like I've appreciated some of the grace that they've given me in my first year of being here, and like my number one priority was operating this resort as best as we possibly could. And so, you know, we chatted early in the season of like, hey, let's get through the season. Let's make sure it's a great season at Keystone and with the town. And then let's start working on what is that collaboration? What is that going to look like moving forward? You know, we are looking at, you know, a sidewalk project, and I'll have some updates for both of you tomorrow, working on actually a couple fine details right now, but, you know, I think there's a lot, and I think for me and the resort, some of it is trying, you know, understanding exactly what the town's true priorities are. I know that you all are working through your comp plan right now, and so I think seeing that is gonna be really important. Myself and some of our government relations teams has looked through some of the SE group stuff. I know some of our team, I was not involved, but met with SE group on some of that initial feedback. And so, you know, I think we're really looking forward to seeing what that looks like, and then how, you know, we then support what the comp plan says, but we need to understand kind of overall that direction as well, and then see how we fit in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Gee.
Sure. Any updates on plans for the bike park trail extension, changes around?
Someone's a biker in this room. We are looking at adding an additional trail, a blue trail this summer. It's going to be a phased trail project. I wish I had more details on it, but it will be a new flow trail from the top, and we're hoping to have at least a portion of that completed for the summer, throughout the summer.
Very excited, we'll do well with that.
Councilmember Kirk.
I don't want to just talk about things.
Why not?
It was a great ski season. Can you give us your assessment of what the numbers were like and what they tell you about the near future?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously are a publicly traded company, so we don't share specifically, you know, each resort's numbers. You know, in our last earnings release, which went through the first two quarters of our season, you know, we reported I would say roughly in line, right? We continue to hold guidance as a company. I think we were down, if I'm recalling correctly, about 2% in skier visits across our entire portfolio. That's across the entire thing, though, right? So there's 42 resorts in our portfolio. I would say that this season at Keystone was very much so in line with what we expected to see, which is really positive as we think about, you know, every season having a lot of variabilities, but yeah, really, really strong season for us.
Councilmember Hagan.
I'd like to echo thank you for being here today. It's awesome to see you give your presentation and also hear about all the wonderful events and activations that your resort has accomplished. I was wondering if you see a future where Keystone could be turned into a year-round resort with minimal shoulder seasons driving visitation.
I would love to see more, right? So like if I'm staring at it right now, like I don't know when or what that would look like though. You know, I think that's part of the collaboration with the town, and as we think about, you know, we're obviously a business operator, and so you think about when we see visits, what that looks like. You know, I think it's exciting to see what Kindred's going to bring. So you think about what Kindred's going to bring of another, you know, really strong luxury destination, you know, hotel resort right in the base area, and to see what that's going to do. And so I think there's a lot out there. So I would say never say never, and I think there's always opportunity.
Thank you.
Last call. Shannon, thank you very much for coming today. We appreciate your words, and it indeed was a great ski season this year, and we're looking forward to a equally great summer season as well. So again, thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Sounds great. Thank you all so much.
Thanks.
The next item on the agenda is the town council member vacancy, and we have 3 interviews. And at this point, I would like to, Mr. Town Manager, can you provide a location for the interviewee number 2 and number 3 to be while we're doing the first portion?
I sure can. If I can get LB and Mr. Martin to join me, please.
And as we start, I'd like to interview, like our first fact, we have a chair here for you. If you'd like to sit versus stand. I was looking for the chair. If you'd like to move it back, you can.
We don't want you, it can just
Okay,
stay
there
where
it
it
is,
is.
but it just needs to be.
Hello?
It's gonna be now. So you're gonna
Look back.
And this is Steve Keane. And Steve, again, thank you for applying.
Yes.
And we look forward to the interview today. This is going to be a tough decision, I think, for us as we're later today. But could you please give us a short biography of yourself and tell us why you're interested in serving on the town council?
Yeah, I'm Steve Kane, and I came to Keystone in 1983. And seeing pretty much almost the full evolution of Keystone as a resort, ski resort area, and how it's evolved. And there are lots of people that were involved in it. And when we became a town, I was just kind of curious in the vibe of how it was going to come about and grow and what the incentives were for what people want and what the demands are they want for to evolve the resort area, make it more efficient perhaps. And as far as I know, it's a vote, and I would just be interested in applying myself to conducting and fulfilling and getting the job done to, whatever the priorities are and the biggest concerns, whatever the consensus decides, and then applying myself. I have a background. I've owned 3 businesses. I've had businesses here in Keystone, and I've been in the ski industry since 1983. And it's my own. Yeah. So I'd like to see it flourish, carry on. And I see it as a ski resort, town, recreational area. Yeah, and the town evolved around the ski area. I mean, before that, it was just a few services that people living here for Highway 6. And then, you had the ski tip and, a little bit of services for railways. And then when Keystone came in, it slowly evolved from, ranch homes in the valley to hotels and condos and skiing, which is, I think that's why we're all here. So that's why I am here. And I like to see it. I like to see the town in this kind of mode. I mean, I chose this town when I moved here. When I drove into town, I drove from here, from Lake Tahoe. I was living there and skiing there, living that way. I went straight to Brett because that's all I knew. And hung out there for a little bit and then toured around the county. And I chose this place because it was more on the down low and more low key, and I like that atmosphere. Plus you have the basin, the divide. I like this part of the county.
Well, thank you. Can you give us where do you live and what's your current occupation?
Current occupation, I'm I hate to say semi-retired builder. I used to own Snow Dance Sports in the Snowdance Plaza area, right across, or up the highway here, by the Hilton Hotel. And I'm a builder type also, residential, and work with Bill Harris Construction, work on my own here in Lake County. And I'm getting older now, a little bit more on the down low. I'm kind of working by myself, maybe with some help, but doing more one-man jobs and staying busy for my mental health. I can't ski 6-7 hours a day anymore. So I go out hard for a couple hours and I'm good.
And where do you live?
I live at the Gateway.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the Gateway over on the East Coast, the entrance of River Road.
Now I'll turn to Councilmember Hay now.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Kane, for being here today. My question is related to your lived experiences. So how do your personal experiences, including challenges or successes you've experienced in your life, shape your approach to problem solving and decision making for the community?
Can you say that again?
How do your personal experiences, including challenges or successes you've experienced in your life, shape your approach to problem solving and decision making for the community?
Well, for the community, I want to apply what my knowledge and what I know as in managing businesses and building. I mean, I'm hands-on in building. And, all the way from building a building to lay the land and landscaping, and I have that mind, and to apply myself and give ideas, and then get the job done, whatever it is that, as a whole, we decide that we want to move forward. Yeah, focus on one thing and get it done. And, to have a consensus. I mean, I'm going to have input and ideas and see if anybody likes them. And then we can work on whatever we all come together on going forward with whatever the project is. I know there's certain priorities. I've been to the coffee meetings, a lot of the coffee meetings, and kind of know what the hot topics are right now.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to apologize in advance because I have a paragraph of questions. Some of you need me to break it down, please ask me to break it down. But basically, we want to talk about your skills and experience. And the first part is, have you previously served on any governing boards, including for a business, a government, a nonprofit, or an HOA?
No. No government board. I was the lead chairman on jury duty one time. I guess that's government. Volunteer, no, it's not volunteer, you have to do that. That's about it now.
So no HOA?
No, I'm not on a current board.
Okay. And my paragraph has one, so that. Sorry, that was it then.
Yeah.
I'm just Kate.
That's right.
Welcome, thanks for coming. One of the questions that we always ask is, do you have any interest or participation in any professional or personal activities that could be perceived as a conflict of interest? Things that you are involved in socially, or that might be a conflict of interest to being on the board?
No, I'm here, again, I think we're all here for the same reason. The Keystone Valley, and I like where I am. This is my home. I want to dine in the other. So, I got no plans outside of here for, the rest of my life. This is home for me.
Okay, very nice.
So, I'm in any conflicts with, I don't know specifically what you want to get there,
I don't think we're trying to get at anything, we're just trying to know you better. I have the basic question. What are your thoughts about what the role of a council member is and what it could be?
Well, the way I see it, I mean, I've never been on council, obviously, is to receive the information from the town's people, and consider it, and if we're gonna move on it, and then get it done. I mean, what it may be, as far as, I mean, aside from the basics, I mean, you've got road and bridge and regular maintenance and upkeep, and aside from developing or changing or trying to develop something new, I mean, at the very beginning, you gotta do the basics that the county was doing to keep the town clean and alive and cleared out and flowing, you know, being at roads and trails and paths and bike paths, and that's first, you know, you gotta keep the town flowing, and that's just basic maintenance. And then from there on, I'm sure it's just full of ideas and suggestions of how to improve. People got ideas of what they think would improve the town's, flow and aspects of it. And there's probably concerns about, structures and building and the look of the town and the vibe of the town, and that's probably important to people here, which I think a lot of us are here because it is on the down low compared to, brack. It's more like it's kind of more like copper,
Can I ask, I know you've been to several meetings, I appreciate that, so you get a sense of how information can flow to the council. Who as a council member would you be representing?
Representing.
Right. Who is it that you represent as a council member?
Well, the people here and their inputs, and I see it as taking the town's ideas and then throwing in my own ideas, and then as a town, deciding on, if you're speaking of something new, evolving, creating something new, then voting on what that may be, or what's priority, what project would be priority, and then addressing it, and I'm gonna have my input, my ideas of what would be the way to do it, and then if we came together and decided on how to do it, whatever it may be, I mean, that's very broad. But,
Okay, but that's good, thank you.
And then getting it done, instead of, and quite frankly, on a budget. I mean, I would like to do it debt-free, I don't like to borrow money. So,
Thank you.
yeah. I would like to, yes, that would be important to me.
Thank you for coming, Mr. King. I think we've met at some point. But
I'm sure we have,
been around for 22 years, so
yeah,
it's like we've crossed paths some.
small town.
My question for you is commitment. Common council requires a significant time commitment, usually 2 meetings a month, reading packets of material prior to the meetings, and often attending other committees or organizational meetings. How will this fit with your other commitments in life? You kind of already answered that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good with that. 2 meetings a month, and there's probably other side projects, I'm sure I would get involved with. I mean, I'm not afraid to go out in the field and look around and talk to the officer. We have a full staff here now, right, in this town. And go out, I'd love to go out in the field and look at the maintenance work or the upgrades or the idea, the improvement areas. I'll go out there and give them my input. But I think a good idea would be to, whatever the project is. And that's, you know, that's just basic level stuff for keeping the town running. And then we have, I'm sure people have ideas of, I don't know what they are, but, you know, there's a lot of things that could be improved upon. It's already existing. In the town, you know, the stuff that we can access, like public roadways. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we can't, I mean, private property is private property. Trying to get, I'm not afraid, yeah, I'm ready to show up, that's what you're asking. Yeah. I'm at the point in my life where I can pick and choose my customers, so. I have a ton.
I'm glad to hear that the town's the customer you choose.
So Mr. Kane, I have another one for you over here. This one's a lot shorter than the first one, I promise, and doesn't have 17 subparts. But is there an example of a time when you actively sought out a different perspective in making a decision?
Is that a trick question?
No?
Yeah, say that again.
Is there a time when you actually,
Listening
is there a time when you actively sought out a different perspective in making a decision?
there. Different perspective, I don't quite understand where you're coming from.
So looking at addressing community issues and improving a process, for example, a lot of times the decisions we make here on council can have different perspectives, right? Take STRs for an example. Some of us might view STRs as a necessary part of our, another one might view STRs as an aspect that destroys neighborhoods, right? And those are two very big extremes. But some of the important things that we have to do on council is looking at that different perspective and making that decision process. So I was wondering if there's a time that you can share where you might have been making a decision for your business, one of the 3 businesses you owned previously, and looked at a different perspective than necessarily what you came to the table with.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, and I said that. I'm going to listen to all of us and the town and look at it at different angles, yeah, for sure. I mean, I have ideas, but that doesn't, I'm not driven to, this is the way it's gotta be. No. I'm always open for suggestion and ideas. I'm always looking for ideas. And, does that help?
Yeah.
Question? Yeah, no, I'm open for ideas and, you know, is there a better way?
Thank you.
So I think I've seen a copy with council, and you mentioned that you
Yeah.
kind of kept your ear to the ground about what some of the hot topics and priorities are in town. What would you identify as a couple of the most important priorities for Keystone that we're facing in the short run?
You know, I don't really have anything that's a concern for me right now. But I know the concerns are short-term rentals, seems to be, and pedestrian traffic way, and those seem to be 1 and 2. And absorbing some more boundaries, or there's trying to get Vail more involved within the city limits. That would be the big one. Where I understand that there's still county, their properties, and they're trying to absorb them into the town. That's a big topic. And I'd say those are the top 3, aren't they?
Sure. Mr. Kane, I appreciate you going to coffee with the council. As a council, we're trying very hard to reach all the constituencies. With council, coffee with council was one. We have a lot of open sessions. Do you have any ideas, any thoughts as to how we might better reach the various interested groups within the community? Any thoughts?
You mean
What we've done well, what we can improve upon?
the residents? You mean?
Residents, visitors, I mean, people that are engaged in our community.
No, I mean, I don't know the numbers of full-time year-round residents here. I couldn't tell you that number. But, I think everyone pretty much at least reads the headlines of the newspaper box when you're walking around. And, I mean, obviously, we voted on, there was a vote and we became a town. You don't know how to get people information via, social media. I know it's a town, I mean, it was on the, state, I was on the not national news, but local, Denver, mainstream news. And that's how I know about all of it. And, no, I think you're doing all right. As far as you want people coming to
Participate.
participate. Yeah, and I don't know. I assume everybody's, I think the go-to would be social media and television and the newspaper. Everyone kind of seems to take a quick look at the Sunday Daily. No, I don't have any other ideas. I haven't thought about it.
Let me change the subject a little bit.
Yeah.
So as we move forward and we make decisions, we have to have a sense in our minds of what the town of Keystone is, what it represents. What do you think defines the town? And maybe what would better define the town?
Well, I still see it as a destination resort area. Yeah, that's the way I see it. And that's really what we're catering to tourism that's number one, why it exists. Yeah. That's why I'm here. I mean, I live off of it, I still am. And, that's number one to me. I mean, that's the agenda. I don't see why it would become something else.
What do you envision Keystone looking like in 5 years or in 20 years?
Well, I mean, it's going to grow. I don't know, well, I know it's a mixed review, if people want it to grow or not grow, I'm sure a lot of people want it to stay the same, and a lot of people want it to keep on keeping on, and expanding. But, once you reach your limits in these valleys and in these, especially, ski areas where everybody wants to be at in the area, I mean, you gotta start going up. If you want more growth. I mean, Vail's a classic example. They were tossing around for decades to go, how they're gonna get bigger, I even saw ideas of completely tunneling I-70 and filling in all that space. Everybody has, when everything's small and mellow, the height restrictions go away. They get a little bit taller and a little bit taller. And, it depends on who's in office and who the council is, generation after generation. I mean, I see Vail's a perfect example, They've been tossing that around since the 60s. Where are they going to go with this? And they just went up in the air, Because it starts here, and everybody wants to be here in the area, and then it disperses out, dispersing out here is, you're not going that way. It's, I mean, up on Zoom maybe, but they definitely don't want to do it. And you have that thing to do.
I guess a follow-up question, that would be, do you view that growth as good? Is there a limit to it? When do you want to grow up versus restraining? When do you want to sprawl out versus restraining? Is there a point at which growth is not what the community wants, or is your vision for Keystone in 5 to 20 years, continued growth in 5, continued growth in 20?
Yeah, I see it as continued growth. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you want to get, I mean, as long as people keep multiplying, you know, making babies, there's going to be more population and people want to come to this. As long as the ski industry, and I mean, I am focusing on the ski industry, as long as that's a, you know, and then everything that comes around it, summer activities, I'm into everything else too, I'm here around also, but this is how it all began. And as long as there's more people in the world, and as long as they keep wanting to go skiing, it's going to grow. Unless we don't want it to, I suppose, but then you vote on that. And I mean, it's a free country. People want to be here, so it's going to grow if people want to be here. And, you know, it's up to us how we want to see it grow. You know, the vision, be it right down to the, you know, the architecture or the color of the paint or whatever. I mean, if you want to get right down to it. So,
You know, one of the challenges we have as a council and council members is we have to make decisions regarding implementation of policies. You know, we're largely a legislative body, making the rules or the ordinances and laws associated with Keystone, as well as looking at that, as you just mentioned, that vision for the future. And some of those decisions may be difficult or controversial. And how will you reconcile making decisions that you feel are in the best interest of the public and the community, even though they may be somewhat difficult and there may be significant opposition from the community?
I'm kind of a believer that the majority wins. Pretty much. I mean, that's what the masses want. That's the way it's going to go. And then I'm going to help make it happen with insight and thought. And how do we want to do it? I mean, that's very broad statement. So, I mean, there's a lot of different departments that are in the town. And I don't know if you're getting political or what, but it's going to grow as long as the ski industry is growing. I mean, as long as people keep coming. It is growing, it grows every day, every year. There's another lift goes in, another expansion, another, you know, it's happening. You know, it's just going to keep on, and we're going to be gone. And so, I want to keep it, you know, I like no stoplights, and I like no signage, and I mean, I believe in signage, I run businesses, but, you know, I don't want it to be, you know, Las Vegas, you know. The glam, you know, I want it, I like the vibe that we have now. Versus, I don't know what you compare it to. And as far as resort areas go, you know, I like that you get out of Keystone if you want to go to the supermarket and go get your gas, By mine. I mean, I like it over there. You know, and it is right on the interstate. And, it keeps us, more quaint little valley over here.
Okay,
I mean, I kind of look at it at Summit County as a whole. You know, I think the towns kind of have their purposes countywide. You know, the ski areas have their villages, and then, you know, I see it as Silverthorne Dillon is more, Silverthorne's more of the industrial, and the Breck's got their industrial area, too, but, and your needs, I like it down
well, thank you. And do any council members have anything else they'd like to ask? Councilmember Curtis?
Hey, Mr. King, I'm particularly interested in your background in business, especially owning that ski shop. Could you explain to us, how do you think your experience will help you on the council, since we're all a creature of our experiences?
Well, I've been in management, I've managed employees.
And how will those experiences and the lessons you've learned about doing business in Keystone, how will that help or hinder or enhance decision-making here?
Well, I'm gonna put in my idea and my thoughts and what I would like to see, whatever the example is, I don't know, you got an example?
No, I'm just,
Yeah, I mean, a project.
we're all a creature of our experiences. I just wondered how you interpret your experience.
Yeah. I know it's different being a business owner because you are the boss and what you say does go, ultimately. You are the vote.
Okay, that's
And
fair.
depending on how big it is, but not government.
Right,
Government's different.
thank you.
Or, bigger businesses. Small businesses, it's different. This is a lot of people, so you gotta be open-minded. Listen to all angles and all ideas. I'm gonna learn something. Somebody's gonna throw something out there and I'm gonna be like, man, I never thought about that. That might be good. So.
Well, we appreciate
And
it.
then I wanted to just get it done, apply, go for it, and make it happen. You see so much, the government's got a slow pace to it, as far as from an idea to be making it happen, the end result, It's a lot of, it's a slower, much slower process than private business, for sure. Because, a lot of people answer to.
Thank you very much for applying, and thank you very much for coming in for the interview today. I know it's going to be a tough decision for the council.
Yeah.
What we're going to be doing is, we have 2 more interviews, and then the council will deliberate and make a decision and selection of the council member. I would imagine that will probably come sometime between 5:30 and 6, given the timing, where we are right now. So, and again, thank you very much.
And, so, be here at 5:30 or 6?
Yes, John, I think he's welcome to listen to the other interviews if you'd like it.
Yeah, actually, if you want,
What time is it?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
10
10 minutes to 5, right? So, all right.
See you so much.
All right, well, again, thank you very much.
Thanks.
And Lindsay's giving
Good.
Ms. Wilson right now.
Well, I have to be on the news tomorrow, so you're.
Oh,
Like me to
happy
not
to
look like I
have
just
you.
walked
What are
out
you
of the
gonna,
forest.
are you going to be interviewed?
Yeah, about lighting injuries and safety.
We stay in the background for the time.
Yeah.
Which station?
CBS.
So they're preparing everybody for, okay, winter's over, now here's what you worry about now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are you the go-to guy for what we worry about?
One of them, maybe I'll talk about easels after that.
I can appreciate that.
So now you're gonna tell everybody to, when you go to the pipe on 14, you want to start out in the early afternoon.
And so we're all close.
And they will ask you this, here's your warning, does lightning strike the same place twice? Be ready.
Oh, the hot seat.
Sometimes little ones.
Good stuff.
I'll bet you it's intention.
LB, thank you very much for applying, and thank you very much for coming in today for these interviews. We have about 10, 12 questions that we'll go through. We'll rotate among council members as we go forward. But as we start, could you please just give us a short biography of yourself and why you're interested in becoming a member of the town council?
Sure. I live here, I've been here since 2017, full-time. I'll say that why I want to be here is I just love it. I just love Keystone. So, I think it's a great place. I hope that more full-time residents come here to live, as well as, just think it's a really special place, and I want to be here because I want to be able to help navigate the terrain, maybe during some uncertain times and everything, just to make this place as great as it can be. Background, I grew up in Milton, Colorado. I skied in Summit County pretty much my whole life. I've been involved in I'm here right now, I'm a realtor for the Urban Realty Group. In other experience that I have is I've worked a lot in some conflict negotiations, and did everybody read my letter or no?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have to really go over that kind of stuff. Okay, so anyway, then I'll just address stuff that's not there. So I just really love this community, and I'd like to be a part of it, and I think I have the ability to listen from a lot of different perspectives outside of my own self-interest, and that's why I'm here.
And where do you live?
I live at Lakeside Village, and I also think that living at Lakeside Village, I live in Lakeside, I think I have a unique opportunity that might be helpful to the council, because I live in a building that's managed by Vail, and I have a different relationship as a homeowner and a person that lives there that I think is an interesting perspective. I don't know if anybody else lives in someplace that's managed by Vail Resorts, but it's a different concept.
Well, thank you, and with that,
Thanks for being here. We're really excited to hear from all three applicants. My first question for you is, how do your personal experiences, including challenges or successes you've experienced in your life, shape your approach to problem solving and decision making?
That's an interesting question. I would say I've had a lot of problems to solve, and I used to manage was a manager at the Peninsula Spa in New York City. And I was really good with training. I had a big training program for managing the angry guests. And so they would get to be heard and acknowledged and listened to, and then also, for a better resolution, conflict resolution when people are upset. So I feel pretty confident in being able to listen to both sides, maybe come up with a creative solution and navigate, and sometimes come up with original ways to do business or to solve a problem.
If I might just ask my second question now, because it kind of piggybacks off this.
go ahead.
Is there a time you can think about where you actively sought out a different perspective or innovative ideas for a community project or a process that you might have been involved in, maybe a spa in New York City or a different community-facing program?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to a whole different area of entertainment and finding alternative ways to raise money and have functions. And I found a 501c3 that was able to donate to the, for a community function and have some music and do all of that. And that's not how business was done. It was normally done with grants, etc. And I found another way to do business and have it enjoyable with less red tape, because you could do what you wanted to with, so long as it was under the parameters of the 501c3.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You've alluded to many of your different experiences, and I have some personal knowledge of some of your experiences in Keystone, but if you wouldn't mind sharing with everybody listening, have you previously served on any governing boards for business, government, nonprofit?
I was in the student council. Does that qualify?
No. Good. So how do you think your experience on student council would inform your experience on town council?
Yeah, it absolutely doesn't, except you have a whole bunch of diverse people and a whole bunch of different philosophies and opinions, and you have to accomplish something.
Okay. Have you ever been an officer or involved with any of the HOAs you've ever lived in?
I have not, but I have certainly dealt with a lot of HOAs, and I have humongous knowledge of the majority of HOAs in Keystone. I have a lot of experience with HOAs.
And I appreciate you, I know you're on the post office committee.
Yes.
Helping us with that. One of the questions we always ask is that, do you have any interest or participate in any professional or personal organizations that might be perceived as a conflict of interest when you're on the council?
No, I don't. I listen to music and I participate in sports, and I try to be very upfront as a business person and as a personal citizen and friend, that wherever people are on the perspective, politically, religiously, etc., I hope that I'm very accepting of all of that.
Okay, thanks.
And I'm not outspoken in one direction.
Hi, how are you? Feels like we're peppering you. So here's a turn. What do you think the role of a council member is or should be?
I think it's, well, I think there's a lot of ordinances and rules and regulations and getting things set up, and you guys have done a really great job at taking everything to a whole new level right now, but I think it's about making sure that the processes, you know, from like, I mean, everything from parking to trails, I mean, it encompasses a lot. I'm not sure what you mean, like what do I think it should be? I think it should be something where you put the vision of the greater good to make a town work for the greater good.
Okay. That works perfectly into the second half of the question. The greater good for the whole community, and how would you identify who the members of that community are that you are representing?
Well, I would be representing everybody, okay? I'm a single person. I live here by myself. I'm not married. I certainly am friends with lots of people that have families and they have kids, and I've heard a lot about the concerns of having children and busing, and there's a lot of people. There's single people, married people, there's kids, there's adults, there's young adults, there's older citizens, there's also part-time people, then there's also guests. And there's in some part people that are second homeowners. Some people are up here a lot more and some people aren't. So I think it's kind of like a town that works for everybody and also for the businesses. I think businesses are really important. And it will only become more important going forward.
My question is about the future. What do you envision Keystone looking at like in 5 years and in 20 years?
Okay, well, I will tell you that I did have a dream one day that Keystone had a monorail going through it. That, I don't really see that happening, but I did have, it was an interesting way to get around. In 5 years, I see trail systems being able to get from Mountain House and River Run, as well as the business community. I see a good bus system or some sort of way that you have just, you can drive and you can get around the town without having to drive everywhere and have all of this traffic. I see that as a big part of it. I see more people coming to live here full time. I also see prolong, you know, I think it'd be neat in 5 years and then maybe in 20 years, but also for there to be businesses or reasons to come here during the shoulder season. And I think it'd be great to look for opportunities and rules for businesses, or maybe within certain businesses, if, you know, if they're not, if the businesses are only regarding skiing and biking and outdoor things, maybe there's some other way to utilize, you know, those businesses, or co-rent or find other opportunities for businesses and for people to come here outside of that in the mud season and shoulder season. And then in 20 years, wow, Keystone will be fully built. Whew, Mountain House will probably be redone. It would be really neat. It would be really neat to have this be like just a really most sought after for people that live here, you know, like a high quality of life, a nice enjoyment, and also like have it streamlined. So again, you can have, just park your car and get wherever you need to go.
For consistency, I'll ask a similar follow-up question for all candidates. Can you discuss your views on the benefits, negatives, and limits around growth?
Yeah. There's a lot of limits. Okay, so I'm familiar with what Keystone is zoned for. Then there's also reality of traffic. Safety, parking. You know, I think all of those things have to be taken into consideration. You know, there's, I'm with all of the things that are happening with insurance. I would also anticipate, you know, having, you know, different routes or different roads or being able to get out. I think there's some things that really need to be considered in growing a population to its capacity, and maybe it's done in phases, maybe, you know, but I think there's certain things that you need to be able to get out. I think also with all the forest fires that have happened recently, and, you know, California, North Carolina, everywhere, I think that's a real concern, and I think that needs to be looked at in a really realistic way. And I think that might have an impact on growth. And maybe there's some way that if people do grow, maybe there's ways where if it grows, then people could, or who's ever developing, could also come in and help find some solutions, or we could ask them to provide some solutions to some of the those concerns. I think it's important, and I think it needs to be. I think it's great, and I think it's to have it. If Mountain House were completely developed and there were roads and they created a lot more, and if there's employee housing now available, you know, for people that work here even more, you know, in 20 years, that will have to be here too. So I see that happening and starting hopefully in the next 5 years, but in 20 years, you know, to have that be very manifest.
So the town council requires a significant time commitment, usually 2 meetings a month, reading packet materials prior to meetings, attending other committees, and organization meetings. How will this fit with your other personal and professional commitments that you currently have?
I'm very aware of the time commitment, and I looked at running a year and a half ago, and I did not have the time to be able to do that. I do have that time to be able to do that now. And I have the flexibility with my schedule to be able to make that work easier.
I'm sorry, I was regulating my button, sorry.
I'm not telling you to speak into your microphone.
So this might be a little bit redundant, but in your opinion, what are the top 2 or 3 issues facing the community in the short run, and what should we do about them?
I think the traffic, parking, safety, I think that's a top issue. What do I think we can do about them, because they are what they are right now? That's a very good question. I would like to be on town council and be able to take a look at a lot of plans, et cetera, to see what can be done. I have a decent idea. I don't have a solution, but I'd like to work on creating some kind of solution. I don't know if it's, you know, again, I really think one of the top things, other than just getting started as the town, and I think you've done a good job at that, but I think that an issue around the parking and really being able to drive, be able to go here, to go to Dos Locos, to go, you know, just to be able to get all around Keystone without having to drive would make a humongous difference. That could look like a bus, that could look like Uber, it could look like a business opportunity for somebody else. Maybe to, you know, there's some place for people to park, we could find parking for someone to do an Uber as well. I'd like to see more solutions like that. That's one. You're addressing the sidewalk on the highway, I think. I think that's important. So, you know, and also I know that there's been a rampant with the budget and the uncertainty right now in the government, that's going to put a impact on grants, et cetera. So I think you have to really prioritize what's really important, what has to be done. I mean, having things functioning as a town, you know, all the systems and processes, that's going to take up two and three, you know, and if not, the most important.
Okay, as you read in this summit paper and some of the other places, it's important that a town reaches out to the community, reaches out to the people that visit, to the citizens that live here and those that visit. Do you have any ideas or thoughts about how we should improve our reach to these various constituencies?
I think that would be really fun. I would like to participate in that. Before, I enjoyed being, you know, I think it's fun to have some social events. I like what you're doing at the coffee, you know, the coffee with the council. I also think it would be around festivals. Maybe there's some time either at the beginning, you know, probably at the beginning of the festival rather, and then the end. Maybe there's some, to have something and maybe have something to, there's outreach to find out what's going on. There's outreach to get people involved. What the planning process that happened a couple of weeks ago, I think that's a fantastic time. Also just, I would like to have a little bit more, can't help it for marketing, just, you know, like a little bit more of a presence and have it a little bit more enticing to get people to be involved, because also you can get involved in the town, but a lot of people don't know people here. So to get everyone to come, it's also another way to get to know your neighbors. I think we become so insular behind our computers and all of that stuff. I think people also need help, and I would, instead of just maybe there's, to set it up so there's talking points where, you know, maybe there's not a big icebreaker or anything like that, but something where people, to get our town related, to get the people that live here and the people that come here, to get everyone to know each other a little bit better, create a bigger sense of community outreach.
So you have spoken about a number of issues. As we make decisions about these issues, I think it's helpful to have an understanding of what you think defines the town of Keystone, or what, maybe what should define the town of Keystone.
Well, I think there's not another place like it. Before I lived here, I came from New York City. I studied all the land in Keystone. I studied all the available land available in Summit County, in North America, and I didn't take it to the world, but I went to North America, and there's a few things that are really outstanding about it. It's a resort community, so we're only 90 minutes from the airport, which is nice. We have two ways out. We can go over Loveland Pass. We can go to I-70. I think the quality of life here, you can live here. We can go up, to enjoy all the other parts of the outdoors in, you know, Summit County and beyond. But I think the thing I like about Keystone is the community. I like the people. I think there's a sense of practicality and a zest for everybody here. I think must have a good quality of life. And I just think there's a lot of opportunity here. I mean, opportunity. You know, I think I'd love to bring more full-time residents into Keystone. I think that would be a really fantastic thing to do as well. And I think that's a possibility as well. And I think that would help the community as well. So what defines it is, I don't really think there's any place it's not Breckenridge, it's not Dillon, it's not Silverthorne, it's not, you know, it's just its own unique, a smaller vibe, and it's self-sustaining. So I like that.
Thanks.
Last question is about decision making. The town council must make decisions regarding the implementation of policies or programs that may be somewhat difficult or controversial. How would you reconcile making decisions that you feel are in the best interest of the public, even though they may be somewhat difficult or there may be significant opposition?
I feel if I'm making a decision that's in the best interest of the public, I think my job as a town's council member is to make a decision for the public, not me. I've seen other towns go off because their council members are making decisions for what they want for their personal selves. I think it's important that we have people representing everywhere, but I think decisions need to be made for what's best for the town. And if it's controversial, then it's controversial. And you just explain why you came to that decision.
Are there any other questions, Carol?
So I'm going to ask this so I can ask each of our nominees tonight. I'm intrigued by your real estate knowledge of the region. I feel like we are creatures of our experience. So what will you bring from your real estate experience that will enhance board council operations?
I think I have a really good finger on the HOAs. I think we're gonna see a lot of, like over at the Pines and also over at Sanctuary. Insurance is now requiring, the Pines, this just happened this week. For rentals, it has to be a 7-day rental. It's not that the Pines HOA decided to do that, it's that it's a requirement of the insurance. I think I have some insight in real time because of my experience with both people that buy and sell, and I predominantly have people that come here that don't rent, but also people do want to rent. I feel like I have my finger on the pulse of all of that. And I think I know why people come to Keystone. And I know a lot about land. And I also came from an urban environment in New York City prior, where we had to deal a lot with housing, for workforce housing, but it's just called affordable housing there for people that live there. I have a good sense of, I've worked a lot in that area, and also there were places where created tax incentives sometimes for people to build, there's just lots of different ways you can do that, and I think there might be incentives we could create community-wise in a number of different capacities. I think people and businesses would like to be able to participate in that, but also we have to make sure that their businesses are thriving in order to do so. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming in today. Thank you for replying.
Thank you anyways for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and we have one more interview.
Okay.
And I would anticipate now we're looking at completing the interviews probably a little bit before 6, and then we may need to move.
Okay, should I leave and then come back?
Oh, you're more than welcome to stay.
Okay, thanks.
We'll have you up at the little desk, ready, in the hot seat.
You have to sit right in that chair.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in today, and thank you for applying.
Yes.
We appreciate that. And as to what we're going to be doing is going through a series of questions. I think we have about 10 questions, 11 questions for you that we will be asking. But as just sort of a start out for it, why don't you give us a short biography of yourself and tell us why you're interested in serving on the town council.
Okay. I guess my wife grew up out here as an Air Force brat, so we moved out here about 30 years ago. I grew up in the Midwest, went to school in the Midwest. We knew shortly after moving here that we wanted to be a second homeowner up here, fell in love with the place. And 4 years ago, the opportunity came up that we could become a full-time resident, so we jumped on that bandwagon and have been very excited that that process has come through. We've always loved Keystone, always felt it was very special to us, some place we wanted to be. I would say it was always very interested in the town, becoming a town. Before Keystone was even a town, I decided to join the Snake River Planning Commission because all the planning decisions were coming out of Summit County in the Snake River planning groups. I thought it was important that Keystone have someone to kind of
not only look out for them, but kind of be involved. And that's kind of the same reason why I joined the Snake River Water District Board. They do a great job, they kind of take your water for granted, but I felt it was something to learn about, and I was very excited to learn about it. So I've always been, like I say, very interested in calling Keystone home.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve, for being here today. Really appreciate you and our other two applicants that are here. My first question is talking about your personal experiences, including any challenges or successes you may have had in your life. How do those shape your experience, or excuse me, how do those shape your approach to problem solving and decision making in the community?
I've always been very active in HOA boards, not only up here, but down in Denver Front Range. So if you want a good challenge, deal with homeowners on an HOA board. Everyone has their opinion about what they should do or what you can do or can't do. I think I've always taken challenges head on. I think one that kind of stands out is when I was in my 40s. I came home one day and told my wife I was going to go back for my master's degree. And that was after having 3 young kids working full-time. She traveled for her job, and she kind of looked at me and said, "Are you nuts?" And I said, "Well, probably," but CSU had a program down at the 16th Street Mall campus that for a year and a half, I went back and got my master's in construction management. So it was something that I always wanted to do, so I wasn't afraid of the challenge, and somehow, was willing to make everything work.
Thank you.
This one might be a little bit redundant. You alluded to your experience on the Snake River Water District and also on the other Snake River Basin Planning Commission. Have you served on any other boards, and how have your leadership positions equipped you to be an effective town council member?
I can't think of any other board. Well, the KOA served on there for 6 years, so that was very exciting, very informational, a lot of perspective having served on that board. I think I kind of, in looking back, kind of have regrets that maybe in my 30s I hadn't gotten more involved in politics and some organizations. I think our life goes by quick and busy and active, but everything that I have been involved up to this point in time, I found very enjoyable and very informative.
Mr. Martin, Steve, one of the things we're always very conscientious about is conflict of interests, whether it's professional or things you do on your own time. And if you're on the council, that's one of the things we want to be very conscious of. Do you have any thoughts on any of your current positions, or that might be a conflict with working on the council?
If selected to serve on the council, I would definitely resign from the Snake River Planning Commission. The town charter also says a town council member may not serve as an elected member to a special district, and the Snake River Water District is a special district. I was originally appointed to fill a vacancy there, but I would, submit my resignation to the Snake River Water District Board as well. I don't believe I would have a problem if there was ever a conflict with something. Not only would people be aware of anything up front, but I would excuse myself from any type of vote that would be seen as a potential conflict of interest.
Okay, thanks.
Easy question. Please describe what you think the role of a council member is or what it should be.
Well, I think as a council member, one of the purposes of serving on the council is representing the registered voters of Keystone. They're the people who select the mayor, the town council members. I think there's a responsibility to the town itself to make the town as good and the best that it can be. And that's, has the unique experience of Keystone, not only having its registered voters, full-time residents, but its second homeowners, the business owners, the people who work here at the resort. So you have a lot of moving variables that, to be on the council is a big responsibility, a large task, a big task, but I think it's a very important task that, like I said, since I've called Keystone home, I'm very proud of it, and I would like to see Keystone be the best that it can be.
You've already answered my follow-up question. So let me rephrase it. With the wide diversity of stakeholders in the town, how do you manage that in your mind when you are trying to make decisions moving forward?
Well, I'd like to think that I'm a good listener. I'm willing to learn new things. I'm willing to be educated on things that maybe I'm not an expert or have a lot of knowledge on. I think having been a second homeowner for 20 years, I'm very familiar with that aspect, having owned condos, townhomes, having rented a place ourselves, having had rental management companies. At one point, we even had a long-term renter. So I think I have a good background and aspect of the second homeowner perspective. I think now that I've been up here 4 years as a full-time resident, I think that's given me a whole new perspective as well, that as a second homeowner, I came up here to relax, fun, enjoy, that I took a lot of things for granted that you don't see that happens behind the scenes. And I think I've explored Keystone more in the last 4 years than I did in the previous 20 years, because coming up here, as soon as you get through that tunnel, that relaxation just washes over you, and you're so excited to come out here and just chill out, relax, go outdoors, restaurants, shopping, whatever. But I think my wife and I have discovered, like I say, in the last 4 years, a lot of little hidden treasures, and not only Keystone, but Montezuma, other areas that it's like, wow, we just never realized what was up here.
Thank you.
I just want to compliment that fantastic answer and the self-awareness of the difference between being a second homeowner and challenges in the different lifestyle, truly being here year-round and actually living here. And I also appreciate the idea that there's probably a little box by the tunnel that says, please leave your cares here, although some people do choose to leave it right there. But that's neither here nor there. My question is about commitment. Town council requires a significant time commitment, usually 2 meetings a month, reading packet materials prior to meetings, and often attending other committees or organizations' meetings. How will that fit in with your current commitments?
It's something that would work, having not being on these other 2 organizations I would be involved with. I'm constantly on the town website, so I have literally read every work session packet and every town council meeting packet that's on there. So even with today's, I've gone through and highlighted a bunch of stuff and read notes and stuff. I feel the time commitment can work. It's like I say, I have the ability, I feel, to multitask. I think my wife will admit she's a better multitasker, but I think from a commitment perspective, not only from what I currently did, having served on the Keystone Election Commission for all 3 elections, having knocked on registered voters' doors to sign the petition. Believe me, that was a very interesting experience. Some people were very happy to talk to you. Some people will give you an earful. And then, like I say, I was part of a very small group that went to every town up here to inquire about their planning commission as to how they were set up. So I think time-wise, I don't see a conflict. I was always very interested. I knew you had your work session meetings, your town council meetings. I think it's interesting now that a year has gone by to kind of see what some of the other outside commitments for time that what the other organizations and meetings that the council members go to. So it's kind of interesting to see how that plays out as to the additional time beyond a work session in the council meetings.
So my second question looks at your decision-making and how you gain different perspectives. So is there a time that you can share when you might have actively sought out a different perspective for an innovative idea in order to address a community issue or improve a process?
I think any time something comes out, always I have my personal perspective, but I find myself constantly reviewing other town websites as to they've addressed this, they've been towns longer than Keystone has. My morning coffee is with the Summit Daily News to kind of see what little blurbs are in there, but if there's something, especially from a town perspective, that catches my eye, I'll find myself on some of the town websites. Having joined some of these other organizations, I inquired about other resources to help with the Planning Commission, to help with the Water District Board. So to help me gain more knowledge and a better understanding, I've utilized a lot of the web internet resources to kind of help educate me and kind of help me in some of my decision making.
Thank you.
Hi again. You may have alluded to some of these as well, but in your opinion, what are the top 2 or 3 most pressing issues facing Keystone right now? And do you have any suggestions for addressing them?
You want to bring up the hot topic of STRs. As a full-time resident now, that's my new focus. Having transitioned from a second homeowner to a full-time homeowner, I think that's given me an awareness of the data life. Everyone who buys up here knows well of what they're getting into. It's like, how do we manage that? How do we not be loved to death? I'm very concerned about single-family homes and neighborhoods trying to remain single-family homes and neighborhoods for families to come and have a place. Our housing prices have gone crazy, so we have that uphill battle. But having owned condos and townhomes, I knew very well what I was getting into, what the environment would be. Having now lived in a single-family home environment, you have some different expectations that, brought you to purchase that, brought you to be there. So I think that's, for me, single-family homes in those neighborhoods, which have been here for very many years, trying to keep that neighborhood feeling and not become something that maybe it wasn't originally meant to be.
One of the things that we're very focused on is outreach, and that's outreach to the single families and folks that live here, as well as people that rent, people that visit. So we're very concerned about making sure we hear all these voices for the future of our community. Do you have any thoughts about how, ideas on how better we can do that job as we move forward as a town?
Well, I think the website and the internet is always a valuable resource. I mean, I think there's a lot of information there that I'm surprised when I hear some comments that I wasn't aware of that, or I didn't know that. I'm not sure if people have visited the website because there's so much information that is there in the agenda packets. So I think keeping the website current and relevant. I think it's been great that a lot of you have gone to annual HOA homeowner meetings to speak with people. Provides a valuable resource. I think at some of the community events that maybe there's a town table, town event of some council members there or town staff that is available to be in front of people. So I think the more opportunities that we can be in front of people and take advantage of some of these planned events that maybe the town has an opportunity to make a presence, that those things are looked at.
So you've talked about preserving the characters of neighborhoods. What do you think is the character or the identity of the town of Keystone today? And what might better define our community? What is it? What could it be?
Well, identity-wise, I think it's a lot of brave and people willing to say, hey, Keystone needs to become a town. We need to get out underneath the thumb of the previous decision makers. We have some very smart people, very qualified people, very passionate people that can help Keystone become a very successful town. As previously discussed at a lot of meetings, gives the town a voice with many state and local government organizations that we're not just a citizen of an unincorporated area within Keystone that is expressing their opinion. We have that authority now behind us to do stuff. I think big challenge, and everyone has an idea of what Keystone should be. I mean, everyone will tell you their own opinion. We share some values and beliefs. Others are more passionate about other certain things. But I think at the end of the day, we want a place where full-time residents are proud of their town, and a place where the second homeowners and businesses want to come and do business, and a place where visitors want to come visit. So I think we recognize what we have, what we're working with, having a ski resort here, and trying to, how do we utilize the resources that we have to be welcoming, inviting. We don't want to be loved to death like a lot of places, but we, like I say, we do appreciate the people that come here. So, it's going to be a tightrope balance act of taking everyone's input and desires and thoughts and trying to guide the town towards the future.
Well, that's a great segue into my question, which is about the future. So what would you envision Keystone looking like in 5 years, 20 years?
Well, I think like most towns, in 5, definitely 10 or 20 years, I don't know, maybe we're at max build up like all the other towns up here. So that brings a whole host of challenges. Are we now doing scrape and build? What's coming in? What developers want to come in? What's getting knocked down to get built? I think we've seen some surrounding towns struggle with their identity and what's coming in and what's happening. So I think we have been granted a great starting point for Keystone. So I think it's, taking our time in some areas, making wise decisions, looking towards that future constantly. But like I say, at the end of the day, I think it's a place that we're proud to call home. And it's a place that people want to come to be here and trying to find that identity for Keystone, because all of our surrounding towns have their own unique identities. So I think that's trying to create that someone down in the Front Range or out of state, recognizes what Keystone's identity is.
Well, you mentioned concepts like build out, redevelopment, and identity that we'd be happy with. Can you discuss growth, your thoughts on the limits, the benefits, and the negatives of growth in the future?
Well, growth is going to happen until we reach that build out, but then, like I say, we approach that scrape and rebuild. So, are we replacing a single family home that's on a large lot with now a sixplex or a larger condo area? Because we are limited on our infrastructure, especially when it comes to traffic. So I think that's a very important concern, as just because something can be built, how do we deal with the traffic issues given our limited in and out of Keystone? I think it's going to happen, but I think it can be carefully planned and managed. But like I said, I think it goes back to our identity of, what do we want to come in here? What do we maybe not want to have come in here? What can our infrastructure handle? What can our residents handle? We know when we have a certain traffic concerns on the road, and what are we going to do to try to calm that traffic, alleviate that traffic, or without putting something in that, some type of structure or development that is not in the best interest.
As you said on other boards, the town council must make decisions regarding implementation of policies and our other programs that may be difficult or controversial. And how will you reconcile making decisions that you feel are in the best interest of the public and the community, even though they may be somewhat difficult or there may be significant opposition?
I have no problem doing that. I mean, obviously, we all have our own personal opinions, but having served on organizations and boards, it now becomes doing what's best for that organization and the people that it serves. Even though this is an appointment position, there'll be an election next April, I would hope that the registered voters who are going to be voting know that I've been willing to listen to them. I've been willing to take in their thoughts, their concerns. I've been willing to maybe adjust any previous thoughts or opinions that I had. But at the end of the day, I would hope that they would realize that whatever vote I'm doing is for the best interest of the town. And that's not always going to be in everyone's individual best interest. But like I say, I'm hoping that they can set that aside and say, well, that is good for a town. Just like you deal with all the HOA boards, a lot of decisions are made that aren't popular, but at the end of the day, it's what's best for that HOA, that group. And that's the way it's been on all the other planning commission. Water district board is, things come before you, and it's like, well, at the end of the day, what's the best decision for the constituents that you're serving? So.
Thank you. And any other questions? Councilmember Kirk?
So, Mr. Murray, you actually discussed this on the edges of some of your other answers, but to be fair, to ask everybody else this, what do you believe your background in Snake River planning how will that shape how you can operate as a member of the council?
Well, the planning commission is there to not express its own individual viewpoint. It's there to make sure that what's been submitted meets code, meets laws, restrictions, ordinances that are passed. We rely upon the Summit County Planning Department and its recommendations, which does a lot of the legwork and background, and they will always have recommendations. So it's our job, before we vote, to give our approval as a commission group, is to review the documents presented to us, ask questions of the people submitting the application, to take into consideration the Summit County Planning Department's recommendations, and if we have any other further recommendations that we would like to have added to that, we do. So I think it gives you a good exposure of seeing a lot of things that are in place, a lot of moving parts. But I think it opens, having been on the planning commission, it opened up me to a lot of the area that the Snake River is doing as a bill in Keystone. So, you're dealing with a lot of issues that happen in some of these individual areas as well, some of the code. I think it just kind of opens your eyes to a lot of things that are there, but it kind of, my background has always been in kind of construction industry related anyway, with my job and the work that I do. So, in my educational background, so, having a lot of experience of seeing things.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. Any other questions? One thing I neglected to ask you earlier is, where do you live and what's your current occupation?
242 Elk Crossing Lane. For anyone who's not familiar, we're down across the street from the landfill road, and I am a papered estimator designer for roofing insulation systems, and I've been doing that for 26 plus years.
Well, thank you very much for applying to be a member of the council, and thank you very much for coming in today. We've now completed our interviews, and we'll now go into deliberation. I would expect after that deliberation, we'll have a vote and make a selection among the three candidates. I do want to comment that the three candidates are very, very well qualified, and this is going to be a very tough decision, I think, for the council. So again, thank you very much for coming in. We're now moving into a time of deliberation and selecting the candidate. As I indicated earlier, I think it's going to be a very difficult decision for us. Everyone, you can stay, by the way.
Oh, we can?
Yeah.
I was excited, I had to go to that.
All right.
I'll be back.
Everyone's welcome to stay. But we will be going through a process and just as a reminder to everybody, there's one vacancy in the town council for a council member position. That person in this position will serve until the next regular election in April of 2026. For the process of the appointment, what I will do is first call for nominations from the floor. This means that I'll ask council members to verbally nominate an individual for the council vacancy. Once there are no further nominations, I will announce that the opportunity for nominations is closed. On the closing of the nominations, I will announce the name of each who is nominated. I will then ask council members to fill out ballots for the appointment of the council member to fill the vacancy. If there are no ties, the individual receiving 4 votes, at least 4 votes, will be appointed to the vacancy, and will handle any ties with a revote. And if we continue to have a tie, we would then select the candidate via a lot. Does anyone on the council have any questions or objections to the process? At this point, I will then call for nominations from the floor. And would you please raise your hand for the nomination, and you may nominate one individual. Councilmember Thisby.
May I give editorial part? Am I allowed to say more than just my nomination?
You can speak. How about your editorial part after we have all the nominations?
Okay. I'd like to nominate Steve Martin for the town council position.
All right. Is there any other? Councilmember Hagen?
I'd like to nominate L.B. Wilson for the vacant council position.
Any other nominations? Councilmember Kerr.
I'll nominate Steve Kane for number.
All right. We have 3 nominations for the position of the town council. That is Steve Martin, L.B. Wilson, and Steve Kane. And at this point, I'd like to ask the clerk to please hand out the ballots and ask the council members to write the name of one individual that you'd like to have serve on the council. And again,
Mr. Mayor, I think there was wish for discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I apologize. We are open for discussion.
May I speak?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say that I really, truly am grateful to all of you for sticking your necks out for this vacant position. It's a huge sacrifice. It takes commitment, and above all, it takes a lot of courage to come in this capacity. I want to remind everyone that as a new town, it takes a village, and there are always new positions popping up. Unfortunately, we only have one to fill tonight. From my perspective, a highly qualified town council candidate is someone who's obviously a resident of our community and meets the other technical qualifications. But personally, I'm looking for somebody who's demonstrated a commitment to our community through consistent participation, whether it's through boards, meetings, other engagements, including demonstrating previous interest in town council meetings and business. Someone who's interested in the whole rather than opposing a potential singular interest. and has experience as a second homeowner, maybe even a tourist, obviously a resident, a board member of important boards in our community, someone who's analytical and evidence-based, someone who's definitely committed to working with different perspectives and people. I've known Steve since the early 2000s. He's served our community in multiple capacities, including on HOA boards, which can be full of landmines, as an owner of a rental. He's a permanent resident. He's a member of the Snake River Planning Commission and the Snake River Water Board, and he's an early supporter of and participant in Keystone's incorporation. I believe he's demonstrated his willingness to serve, and his experience and knowledge on those two other boards, I think, would provide invaluable perspective to this council, which is why I nominated him.
Is there anyone else who'd like to make a comment? Councilman Permit.
I too would like to thank all three for your commitment and interest. As a longtime Keystone resident, I appreciate people who have a long view, and especially people who have a diverse view. We're primarily verbal communicators, and we definitely appreciate people who are capable of different perspectives, of listening and making decisions based on community. And who are able to be effective and concise communicators. And I think it's also important that we generally have a shared outlook that we're not a destination resort. We're not a resort. We are a town. We were a resort. It became a town. And I think that's an important outlook on where we are and where we're going. You know, I think that all three of these candidates would be great choices. And I know I've met Mr. Kane at some point, and I've met Ms. Wilson, I've at least seen you attend here. I don't think I've met Mr. Martin before, perhaps, but I think after my careful consideration of reviewing the materials and listening to them, I would throw my strong support behind Mr. Martin.
Are there any other comments? Councilmember Kirk.
If this sounds like an echo, it is. I thank each of you for nominating yourself and stepping forward and showing your interest and your willingness to do this sort of work. I also was fascinated by some of the insights that I heard coming from each of you. And so I do want to say there are openings, not necessarily on the council, but we are actively recruiting for the Trails and Open Space. I think that closes tomorrow. We will be recruiting Business Advisory Board and possibly several others. So keep that in mind. I made a point of not making a decision until I came in here and heard from everybody. But in the end, after all that, I'm going to throw my hat after Mr. Steve Martin, and here's why. I worked with Steve on this task force he mentioned in his application letter, where we did talk to staff and council members across the entire county. There's a very diverse group trying to figure out what was going to be best for our planning operations. Here's what I observed. He was always respectful in all of his interactions with others. He was thoughtful in how he assessed what we had heard, and he has total follow-through, which is the plus. So I add that to the recognition of the long-term commitment to trying to shape the future of the Snake River Basin, and hope for the best for us.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that I think what Councilwoman Vested said, it takes a lot of guts to do this, to come up here and sit right there with everybody looking at you. It's gutsy. I did want to comment that having those kind of guts is important to our town. We will have another election in 1 year where we will have three positions open, four positions that we'll be voting for. So even those that may not walk away victorious today, I'm hoping that you'll stay engaged, participate, and think about it again. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Hagenauer.
I would just like to, and I know we've all said this in a variety of ways, one way or another, but it absolutely fascinates me, the three very varied backgrounds we have here, right? Folks have been here for a very number of years, have lived here either full-time or part-time for those years, very different professional careers for all three applicants, and to a degree different views on what the Keystone future looks like. But I think that one thing was really evident with all three of you speaking, what we have in common, which is a shared objective for what's in Keystone's best interest, right? And we might have different ways of doing that. We might have participated in different ways previously to do that, but I think that that's all very admirable. I would really just like to hit home the point that has been mentioned a few times before about the Trails and Open Space Commission and the Business Advisory Board. All three of you, regardless of how the vote goes, has a position, well, not necessarily, I don't have the power to guarantee any positions, but you have the skills needed for one of those. And I think it'd be really awesome to see participation in those commissions. I too did not come here with a decision, but it is still a very hard decision to take into account. But I appreciate the preparedness that many of you had for tonight's meeting, and prepared to step right into this meeting due to reviewing material ahead of time. So thank you very much for that, and again, thank you all for throwing your hat in the ring.
You know, as you've all seen, this council is speaking after they've all spoken is a hard act to follow. And I think the council members stated things very well. The town in the coming couple of years is going to be absolutely crucial for participation in this community. All of you had diverse views, and that's something I know I value with this council, is the diverse views that everyone has. As we look forward to the future, and we absolutely need that in the future to keep going and ensure we don't have groupthink. That would be disastrous for this community. But in the next year, we have a comprehensive plan that's going through the final stages. There's going to be significant community outreach. As we saw last week with the RTAP group that was in, there was some visioning that occurred during that session, and that visioning was outstanding, but it can use other views. I think all of the candidates today showed a vision for Keystone. They were different, but they all showed a vision for Keystone, and those visions and those views need to be heard, and they need to be considered as we go forward for the future. So, and as other council members have mentioned, we have an election coming up in a year. We have other committees that we're establishing business, and we're establishing the Trails and Open Space that need people who are visionaries, as you've all demonstrated. So again, this is, I think, a relatively difficult decision for us to make. But again, I'd like to thank all of you who applied, and please get involved and remain involved. Get involved is the wrong word. Remain involved in this community. So with that, any other comments? All right. Now we'll try it again. We now have all the ballots, and please write down the name of your selected council member. That should be either Steve Martin, L.B. Wilson, or Steve Kane.
Just so I'm understanding this, do we put our name on top or just town?
Yes, put your name on it.
Okay, thank you.
These are not secret ballots. Will the clerk please collect the ballots?
Just like Anderson, and here.
Where did you get that?
So we want to
I've done all my writing.
Right.
Oh, I've done all my writing.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
They're gonna chisel on my tablet over here if you want to go back to the old days.
Chelsea, I was talking about civility.
There are 6 votes for Steve Martin.
And so, with 6 votes for Steve Martin, the following individual, Steve Martin, has been appointed to fill the vacancy on the town council and for a position until April 2026. And can I please have a motion to approve resolution 2024-64, which would make this appointment official?
25-12.
Excuse me, what did
I move to approve resolution 2025-12, a resolution of the town council of the town of Keystone, Colorado, appointing an individual to fill a council member vacancy on town council and appointing Steve Martin as council member.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approval of resolution 2025-17, please, 12. I couldn't write. 12, please raise your hand. Please, we'll go for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hagenow.
Yes.
Councilmember Kerr.
Yes.
Councilmember Parma.
Yeah.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Approve.
Councilmember Thista.
Approve.
Mayor Ivey.
Approved.
There are 6 votes to approve.
Thank you very much. At this point, we will swear in the new council member this evening, but it is now 6:05. What I would recommend is that we break for dinner, that we come back at 6:30. At that point, I will swear in the new council member, and then we'll proceed with the remainder of the agenda. Is that acceptable to the council? All right. In that case, we are in recess. Our wonderful technology. So you can have your picture. The next item on the agenda. And if there anyone present who would like to speak to council today? Is there anyone online who would like to speak to council? If you would, please raise your hand. Is there anyone? No one? In that case, I will declare communication with the council section closed. And before we move on to the next item, I'll turn it over to the town manager very briefly.
Yes, I recommend that the council do an adjustment of the agenda. I know we approved it, but I recommend we move the section 6 discussion items to after section 8 business items. That way we can be sure we get the business items done. Probably take a moment.
Councilmember Hagenow.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. It has now been moved. The next item is the consent agenda. And did I have a motion to approve the consent agenda or make a change? Councilmember Kerr.
I move that we get approved the consent agenda.
Is there a second? Councilmember Sullivan.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. The next item is consideration of ordinances. And We have two ordinances that we're going to be considering today. One's on second reading. The second one is on first reading. For the one on the second reading, we will be having a public hearing associated with that. And I get myself organized here. At this point, would the clerk please read the title into the record?
Ordinance 2025-0-07, an ordinance of Town Council of the Town of Keystone, Colorado regarding the regulation of nuisances within the Town of Keystone.
I declare the public hearing open. And at this council meeting, we'll have a public hearing on consideration of ordinance 2507 regarding the town nuisance ordinance. The following are the procedures for this hearing. First, we'll hear a report from the town manager, then we'll take public comment on the ordinance, and the council will listen to all of the comments and consider them in our deliberations. After public comment, the public hearing will be closed, and the council will then deliberate. And Mr. Town Manager, could you please give us a introductory presentation?
Okay, and this ordinance basically focuses on the general enforcement provisions and general nuisance definitions. It will work in conjunction with the other nuisance ordinances that the town council is considering and adopting. And we've had two workshops on this, February 25th and March 11th. And the first reading was our last meeting, March 25th. This gives authority for the town to abate nuisances and enforce nuisance if it's not specifically called out in other ordinances. And as I said, it defines just the general, what used to be commonly referred to common law type nuisances. Are there, well, I guess, any questions?
From council, Councilmember Hayden.
I just have two clarifying questions. I know you've talked about this and baked it down a decent amount, but one thing that when I was rereading this caught my eye was section 4, subsection F. Specifically saying measurements with sound level meters should be made with the wind velocity at the time and place of such measurement.
Out here in the noise nuisance, we skipped to.
My apologies.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Okay, hopefully I'm in the right place too. Under section 8 of the amendment, I was just curious under A4, we have an or at the end of that. Is that, it kind of implies that you're supposed to do something with the next one, B. Is that just a mistake? Section 8.
Yeah, I'm just, let me review it real quickly. It might just be a typo.
Because that didn't make sense of the others.
That's just a typo.
And then one more question, section 16. It talks about we're going to use certified mail to communicate to violators, etc. Does that, with having boxes and all that kind of thing, does that work in our town?
It's legally accepted. It's noticed, and there's. Yeah, it would be too much trouble to have, I shouldn't say too much trouble. It would certainly cost too much staff time and be financially unviable to try to do service and process like this as you do in civil cases or situations like that.
I'm just thinking about practicality of it, knowing about current mail system.
Well, it's not just us who can send you legal notices by certified mail, so it behooves everyone to check their mail, and if they have notice of the certified letter, to take it. It's, it's much less of a problem actually if they don't notice ours, then it could be for many other events and cases.
Are there any other questions for staff? And now is the time to, for public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. If you wish to speak, please line up behind the podium. When it's your turn to speak, please say your name and where you live and own in Keystone. I'll also be recognizing remote attendees who wish to speak. And neither the town council nor the town manager will answer questions to respond to any comments during the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Is there anyone online that's raised their hands and would like to speak? Seeing none, I will then close the public hearing and we will enter deliberations. Is there any discussion or motions? Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I move to approve ordinance 2025-007 regarding regulation of nuisances within the town of Keystone.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fagino.
Approved.
Councilmember Kerr.
Approved.
Councilmember Martin.
Approved.
Councilmember Carmet.
Aye.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Approved.
Councilmember Thisted.
Approved.
Mayor Riley.
Approved.
There are 7 votes to approve.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a first read of ordinance 2025-0-08, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Keystone, Colorado, amending the liquor code and in ordinance 2024-0-03 and allowing for administrative approval of certain applications. And at this point, I'll turn it over to the town manager.
And I'll ask our town clerk, Madeline Seulu, and our town attorney, Jennifer Manson, to present this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jennifer Madsen, the town attorney. I'll go ahead and introduce the ordinance, and Silu is available for any questions as well. So what this ordinance does is it amends the town liquor code to essentially allow for administrative approval of new liquor licenses within the town of Keystone, rather than setting those liquor license for a public hearing before town council. The reason for this amendment is that last year, the General Assembly adopted new legislation which allows for this administrative approval of liquor license applications without the need for a public hearing unless it's determined that a public hearing is necessary. And so this change aligns the town liquor code with these state level changes. It might be helpful to have a little bit of background on how liquor code applications are processed. It's a several step process. Applicants submit a completed application to the town clerk with all of the necessary documentation. The town clerk conducts preliminary investigation to confirm that all of the information is complete, performs background checks, and makes sure that the application is consistent with the liquor code, state law, and town zoning ordinances. Also, then notices are posted on the premises and published to inform the community of this new liquor license application. Those notices are typically posted and published at least 10 days before any public comment deadline. The
So then there's time for the public to provide input before a decision would need to be made as to whether to schedule a public hearing or whether the clerk could administratively approve the license. So the change in the ordinance is allowing the clerk to administratively approve. There is language that allows the clerk, gives the clerk discretion to set a public hearing if further public review is warranted. And that might be in circumstances where there is public input that suggests that perhaps this liquor license is not warranted for one reason or another. So in the packet is the ordinance. There's also a legislative version of that ordinance so that you could see what changes were made. And I just wanted to say briefly, the reason this is discussed tonight is that if this ordinance wasn't previously workshopped with you. And so that's why we're discussing it on first reading, which is different from normal. So happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Higgins.
Thank you. I really appreciate the detailed overview for the process. My one question, and I know we had briefly talked about this previously, is there was a little bit of concern about the administrative process that this would have. Is there a way, I guess backing up, right? I totally trust our clerk right now, but in 5 or 10 years, I don't know what our organization will look like, right? And I view our role as a body to create processes that stand the test of time, right? And currently, we have a process where elected officials are able to provide a review for this. I guess my question, is there a way to legislate a certain number of contentious points that would automatically bring this to a public hearing? If the clerk at the time, whenever that is 5, 10, 15 years down the road, might not bring that to our review. Is there like a safety net almost?
Well, you could, but I guess the concern that I would have is every instance is going to be different. And so, say you say, if there are 2 public comments against, then it has to be set for a public hearing. You can do that, definitely.
And so I guess where we're at now is we have to review them all right now, right?
Correct.
And so if we implement just going with your 2 number, right? I don't think personally 2 might be the right number, but 2 against it, right? That triggers us automatically here. So we would already have to hear it in theory where we stand now if we did nothing, but if we did something and put some kind of protection in place, and I'm calling it protection, then we still wouldn't hear all of them potentially, but we would potentially hear a percentage of them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I think we talked about this earlier as well, but at a minimum, if we go with this, I would recommend that we have the town manager is responsible and when he talks to council to present actions that did occur over the last. So I'd like to make sure that's in our process.
Councilmember Kerr.
I don't have a question, I have a comment, do I hold that earlier?
Go ahead, make a comment.
I'd say that Keystone has almost nothing in common with Denver, where this law might make a lot of sense. We're a small town, we were established specifically to give community members not only more information, but more agency about government decisions. I think our town clerk is fantastic. I don't think a public session will overwhelm the staff. We've had 1 public hearing for a liquor license in 15 months. And I do not think it'll undermine a business that knows to plan for it. I do feel, however, that not changing this policy just because the Colorado legislature thought it was a good idea. They gave us, by passing that law, they gave us the option. They didn't give us guidance, direction. And we wanted to be a home rule town. I think that not changing this policy will retain the transparency we've been trying so hard to create with our constituents as a leading characteristic of this government. So I propose that we table this for a year.
Is that a motion to table it?
It needs to be a motion. You want to finish the discussion first? I'm more interested in discussion.
All right, is there further discussion? I have a motion. Yeah, Councilmember Kirk.
I move that we table this liquor license change for 1 year to better assess how to be both effective and efficient.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, I'll ask, are there any other motions? Councilmember Sullivan, you're playing the game.
No, I hear all these things. I move to approve the, this is
An ordinance,
an ordinance.
or the amendment, please.
As written.
It's been moved to approve the amendment to the ordinance. Approve ordinance 2025-0-08. We would have one more opportunity at this second reading. Is there a second? Councilmember Piston.
I second the ordinance number 2025-0-08 to amend 2024-003.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Hayden.
I disagree with approving this as written. I would like to see the variation that takes into account the two significant items that we've talked about today, including town manager involvement and presentation on actions that were to happen, and then also some kind of stopgate, whether that number be 5 negative inputs from the community or whatever that number is. I would like to see an altered version of that before we go through and approve this, and then maybe edit it or amend it afterwards.
Councilmember Kerr.
I think I heard two different proposals. You just said you'd like to see it is changed to recognize, to include something about giving the town manager will give the town council a heads up on decisions that are about to be made. But I believe that Councilmember proposed that we get that list after the fact. Maybe we can clarify now.
He hasn't proposed an amendment. So we're in discussion. You can
Well, that's what
propose.
I'm saying. Which one are we proposing?
So
Which one are we discussing?
We are discussing approving the ordinance as written. He suggested that we should consider an amendment, although he did not make an amendment.
But before we go further,
What I said,
Councilmember Sullivan, but he insists to be different.
what I said, I'm sorry, I think that as written, we should not consider this motion, but we should get a rewrite of it, or at least an adjustment of it before we move it forward through the process.
I'll recognize the attorney.
Well, so you have a motion and a second right now.
Right.
So you would need a vote on the motion and the second, unless you were to have a motion to amend or a friendly amendment.
We're having discussion and he's, advocating for a no vote.
You can't, you have to vote, so.
We're
Yeah.
discuss it.
No, you can't, you have to debate, you mean,
We're in debate right now.
yes.
So I'm advocating for voting no as written, without any amendment or any adjustment.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
Councilman,
I just want to ask, so can he do a friendly amendment out of the two?
Yeah, absolutely, but I don't think he wants to.
I don't have it formulated in my mind, so, sorry, I don't have it formulated in my mind, so if, Councilmember Sullivan has a more put together version of it, how it might look, I would entertain that.
The wording, I don't, but I do, think there are two things that would be in a friendly amendment. One which I was talking about, as soon as these notices are made, whether it's before or after agreement, I'd like the town manager to communicate what's going on with liquor licenses. Number two would be the idea of if there are two, if that number, negative complaints, that it should go to the more formalized council meeting. That would be the friendly amendment that I would accept.
And make a friendly amendment.
Well, I'll go to council member Barnett first.
I support this concept. I merely asked the question that is this process tight enough, or are we basically making a loose suggestion without precise wording in these friendly amendments that would be better suited to a request of staff to redraft?
The way the friendly amendment would work, and correct me if I'm incorrect, Madam Attorney, is that the staff would take the guidance with the friendly amendment. They would draft the language and it would appear in second reading for our consideration. So it is not passed totally here. We get the second bite of the apple at the final reading and public hearing.
Thank you for the clarity, Mr. Mayor.
May I make a friendly amendment?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to include the approval as written with the adjustments to include, as soon as the notice is made, the town manager communicates such actions to council, and that a 3 negative complaints from separate parties would trigger a formalized process of the liquor license, which would be a public hearing in front of council.
Second.
We moved into second.
Well,
A friendly amendment doesn't require a second, right?
correct, so the council member who made the motion can, or the body can accept the friendly amendment. Yes.
And as written, I accept that.
Body accepts it. Is that friendly amendment sufficiently detailed for you to make the requisite changes to the first draft, to the first reading version for the second reading?
Yes, I believe I understand the direction.
All right. So the motion that we are considering is approval of the ordinance with the friendly amendment. Is there any further discussion?
I would support it as we've now talked about it. Is there any dissent?
Is there any further discussion? Councilman? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote, and will the clerk please read the roll?
Councilmember Kerr.
Disapprove.
Councilmember Martin.
Approved?
Councilmember Parmet.
Okay.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Approved?
Councilmember Thisted. Approved. Councilmember Hagenow.
Approved.
Mayor Riley.
Approved.
There are 6 votes to approve and 1 vote against.
Thank you, and we'll have a second reading of that, that motion. I would expect to see the second reading at our next council meeting in 2 weeks. The next item on the agenda is we're now moving back to section 6 of the original agenda, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong. And it's a discussion session. And the first item is the discussion of the proposed draft noise ordinance. For that, I'll turn it over to the town manager.
Okay, this is, once again, I crack at the proposed draft noise ordinance. We have workshopped this before. Since the last workshop, I've made several changes. In section 3, I removed references to light industrial and industrial zones. I noticed that I left those references in the definitions, so, clearly I would take those out of the definitions too. Section 4, I added a section for, weekend limits. And evening hours were changed from 10 PM to 11 PM. And the language separating Sunday levels was removed. Language addressing sale of snowmobiles was removed. In section 7, I clarified that the muffler requirement was for internal combustion engines. Section 8, the exemption for animal noise was removed, and the exemption for man-made snow was just changed to snow to allow grooming equipment. And I added a section 9 related to alarm systems and vehicle horns. I went out and I took very non-scientific readings at the direction of the council. The loudest reading I found was 72 decibels, and that was actually right down by the gondola. There was a Oakley tent set up with a speaker going here, and on the skier services building, they had a speaker playing different music. So 72 is the loudest level I read. In the plaza right near the exhaust vent at Pizza on the Run, levels approached about 65 decibels. Those were constant there. And in residential areas, the noise varied significantly from 40 decibels, which is basically silence, to about 55 decibels. Just as a kind of comparison, sitting in my office with no noise generating other than the heating system, things like that, it's about 45 decibels. So we can kind of go, I gave our examples from our neighboring communities. The county has, if everyone has different levels day and night, except for Dillon, which does not have decibel limitations in the daytime, only at nighttime. They generally, everyone's stuck residential, 55 daytime, 50 nighttime. Commercial, the county has 60 daytime, 55 nighttime. Dillon, 65 nighttime. Frisco and Breck, 65 nighttime and 70 during the day. I recommend that we copy Frisco and Breckenridge on our final numbers. We can kind of start going through the ordinance, and if you have any questions, I'll skip down to areas that, I mean, as I said in the definitions, I will take out E and F, which are industrial and light industrial. I'll add a little to commercial zone to make sure we encompass those areas that might have been defined as light industrial.
For your definition section, you'll probably need a level 1 sound meter ANSI definition, as well as an ANSI SI .4-1970 windscreen definition. I can send you those, and we should also add DBC as the preferred scale when not measuring EPA defined dBA sound limits for vehicles. All other measurements should be in DBC. For reference, the dB scale, those are the numbers we're giving, 45, 60, 55. For those who are unfamiliar with that, going from 55 to 58 is literally twice as much sound pressure. The scale doubles every 3 dB. So if you go from 50 to 59, that's 27 times louder. Perception is interesting. The difference between DBA and DBC is DBA is a scale that basically cuts off high and low frequency measurements. in order to mirror human error in certain regimes, whereas DVC takes into account particularly low frequency noises such as subwoofers. The prevalence of DBA in sound ordinances dates back to their creation in the 60s, before cheap subwoofers were readily available. So you can be well within limits while the glass is firing off your shelf if you're using DBA. EPA for vehicles uses DBA. Otherwise, we should use DVC with one exception that we can discuss later in this room. That's my definitions.
Do we have the capability to measure DVC?
Yes.
It's just a different filter on
I just wanted to make sure meters that the, the Dell and Keystone Police Department, that they would have capability to do the measurement.
Yes, they definitely do. And if the council, then a general thumbs up.
What are your thoughts on council?
Well, you'd want to redo all of these numbers then?
the numbers would change. I just changed the
Yeah. You go from
And
DBA.
explain again what changing from A to C does here.
So I can send you the, like wonderful graphs, but basically like if you look at frequency on the bottom, A at low frequencies cuts off, and then it rises up and then comes off on the top end. C is more like that, so it hears low frequency and high frequency noises. And I'm talking with 20 kilohertz, so like even if you have high frequency loss, you still hear 20. But if you're talking about subwoofer vibrations, or heavy machinery vibrations that are down like that 20 to 200 kilohertz or 20 to 200 hertz range, DBA basically attenuates that 50 decibels. So you would have to have colossal amounts, like house vibrate levels in order to register on the DBA scale, whereas the DVC will fit at that low frequency. I'll be able to send you a website, probably.
It sounds like you're saying there's a change.
The numbers don't change. The way that the sound meter registers depends on its frequency response. So if I am generating a high level low frequency sound under the A, the meter just won't register that as a number. If I turn off the filter, it will hear it and it will generate a higher number based on the actual sound. Does that make sense? It would be like looking at a picture that has red and green. If I put on red glasses, I only see red. If I'm concerned about green as well, I might want to take the red filter off, and that's what green is.
And any other questions about EVA or TC? Then can I get a thumbs up? First, a thumbs up to change it to DVC? All right. You have your guidance.
Your Honor, before we go, can I take a 30-second break? My battery's dying.
Let's say.
And you thought you needed a 30-second break. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's get on to section 4, and I know Councilmember Parnett has some recommendations in this section, but before we get to those, let's just discuss a few things we have here. First of all, if we go to that chart under section A, I have the same numbers weekends as weekdays. I have the original numbers, not the numbers from, I have the county numbers, not the numbers of the other towns in there. The 55 and 50 for residential, 70 and 65 for commercial. What are council's thoughts on those numbers?
I think your recommendation was to go to the fiscal recreation levels.
Yes, that's my recommendation. And do we want to separate? Do we want to have different weekend hours? Do we want to have different weekend noise levels.
Thoughts, Councilmember Permit?
I think I have some perspective here on the way that we might do this that might alleviate some of the concerns around how do we allow events to do what they need to do and not impact residents. And it has to do with where you measure the sound. Because the way we have this written is you go to the property boundary and then you move 25 feet away and measure of the emitter of the sound. And so this gets very confusing. So if I have a house and my living room is 25 feet from the property boundary of a commercial, then the way this is written, I'm effectively living by the commercial noise levels and not residential. So the way that a lot of the sound ordinances are written out there is you actually measure at the receiving property boundary, which might be far more than 25 feet away, which actually allows a great deal more sound in many cases. Because if the commercial site is a good distance away, and you apply the residential limit at that residential property boundary, they can make a lot more noise because it falls off with the square distance. So I would recommend setting those limits for the receiving property, and you could also measure, and you could even have a different set of measurements, and some of the other ordinances out there do, so that it's not solely a complaint-based system. You can both measure from or at the property boundary of the emitter and the receiver, but you would have a higher level at the emitter's property boundary. That means that the commercial property at its boundary might have a higher limit, but if they're within that limit and they're violating the residential at the resident's property boundary, then they're being too loud. Another example of how this might apply, let's say we had 2 tiny houses. The way it's written right now, the emitting house, their sound level is going to be measured with 2 houses over. That doesn't make sense. So when you have higher density, you might need to measure at the property boundary if you have a very dense property. If you have very large lots, it allows more leeway, which is the whole point. Because are we actually bothering people? Are we actually having a nuisance? That's what we should actually be measuring. So measure at the received property boundary. And then once you do that, you stop worrying about whether you're going to have to cut things off at 10 o'clock, because there's probably a lot more leeway in how much sound you can make. If you have a commercial property that's sufficiently distanced from residential properties.
Sorry,
Councilmember Higgins.
What commercial I'm just trying to imagine the sound emitters that come to mind. Is there an example of one that would not, be close to residential areas? And then part B of the question is, how would that, idea that you presented work for condos?
That's a great point, and that's actually a separate discussion. So I think one discussion that they came up was, I think Councilmember Sullivan was concerned about weddings in his area having to cut off too early. And what I've suggested might be a means of not trapping them in an overly restrictive sound ordinance. You could also do it by honoring the special use permit. Does that kind of answer your question? If there's sufficient distance between the residential and commercial, then it doesn't matter what's happening 25 feet from the commercial boundary where there's maybe a road. It matters, are they making so much noise that the house down the street can hear, which means you're actually bothering someone, rather than just breaking the limit or likely bothering someone. Does that make sense? And then the follow-up, I have a follow-up for the multiple ordinance.
Well, let me ask a question then. In an area like River Run, where I have residential right above the commercial and right on the square, where would the measurement be taken?
That's all commercial. It's not, commercial also includes mixed use areas. So it would be more an example, well, like by the ski tip or in Loveland Pass Road.
But it would also tighten the requirement in multifamily because of condominiums, because if the if you're doing the major at the property boundary, that actually ends up being right across the hall.
Very good point.
Which then would reduce the, give more protection to the person who's next door.
Right, so then you add phase two issues. Well, one, that you pointed out, the second being possibility of measuring 25 feet beyond the property boundary of a condo unit. That's on the 5th floor. How do you do that? You can't. So, the solution to this is first, currently all of our MDUs are under some sort of HOA. But we do seem to require, deal with, say, the short-term rental guest who's trying to get some sleep and the long-term rental next door is pounding the subwoofer, or vice versa. The short-term rental's having a party, and the long-term wants to go to sleep or work. How do you manage that? And the way when you read various urban ordinances, they have a separate set of limits and measurements for multi-dwelling units. The limits are typically higher because that comes with being in a multi-dwelling unit. And it tends to be more, that's gonna be more complaint-based nuisance because there's no way to objectively measure without entering property and just running the sound meter. No one's going to do that. Nobody wants that. So having a different set of numbers and criteria for multi-dwelling units would be the appropriate way to address that problem. And that requires another table inserted in the chart. Probably drawing on something from what an urban area. I think Charlotte, South Carolina has a pretty good one, but there's a couple out there that we can, that staff can use.
Other comments? Councilmember Kerr.
So I think this makes sense, but of course, what matters is an execution. One of the things I wanted to ask about tonight is snow blowers. We live in snow country, not everyone hires a plow. My neighbor on both sides used a snow blower. My neighbor across the street uses a snow blower. We use a snow blower. They typically start at 80 decibels and up, if you're right next to it. So how do you see this playing out with your proposal?
I would ask, does that fall under vehicles and internal combustion engines instead of residential commercial? What's written?
I think what we discussed last time was for snow removal and landscaping equipment, that would be, there'd be an exception for, and that wasn't.
I forgot to include that.
That's the way you handle it.
So snow blowing too, yeah.
You have to be before 7:30, then you are out there before 7.
Yeah, sure.
Well, or if you're clearing
Streets.
10, if you are a professional person who has 10 different places to get to this morning,
Somebody's got to be the first.
someone's got to be.
So we got that is what I understand.
Makes sense.
I don't think that would be exempt snow removal, but I find it hard to believe that we need to mow lawns at 2 AM.
But that's why I said you also exempt, well, I'm thinking during the daytime standard.
Yeah, I'm basically saying I could see an exemption for snow blowers 24/7, but I don't want to see lawn mowers.
Oh,
Exempt.
but they could be exempt during the days.
Landscaping during daylight.
Yes, or during day period.
Day period.
The day period.
That seems reasonable.
Yep. That seems reasonable, thumbs up on that side.
Well, with what I was discussing, I think my request would be staff, look at, receive property boundaries for measurement, consider also emitting property boundary, perhaps with a separate set of numbers. And then with that more permissive environment, I would suggest that we probably want to go back to 10 PM. A big reason for this would be, we tend to be a windows open community in the summer. No one's got air conditioning up here. It's only getting hotter. And that's probably a good reason to have 10 PM. And if someone wanted to make the seasonality argument for that, we would entertain it.
Councilmember Liston.
I agree with what Aaron just suggested, and I think that perhaps there could be a special use permit in the case of the places like Speedtech or even River Run or whatever, if they're not exempt from being commercial for stimulating festivals or circumstances beyond 10 PM. But I also, I'm sorry, I disagree with this snow blower exemption 24/7. That is just ridiculous. No offense. I've had a snow blower. I used to snow blow my home driveway. We have a plow that comes through our neighborhood at very odd hours, depending on his route to clear snow, but I don't think anybody needs to be out snow blowing during sleeping hours, and I do not think that that should be an exemption. And if my neighbor was snow blowing at 3 or 4 AM, I would have a major issue with that. I think that is a nuisance. There's a difference between a snow plow coming through and somebody firing up their snow blower at 4 AM. I don't agree with that exemption.
Other comments? Councilmember Kirk?
So I raised the issue of the snow blower simply as a way to test, Councilmember Parmet's proposal that we start the measuring at the other person's boundary. I think it focuses on what we're trying to do here, not just remove noise, but remove noise that bothers others and is obnoxious to others. So, we could create another set of, rules for the time for a snow blower. We need to exempt snow blowers, snow machines. I don't think I've ever seen any come through at 5 AM in the morning. But I can definitely see people who need to get to work. Not at 5 or 4 in the morning, but 6:30 or 7. So do we need to
Some people do,
consider that? Well, yes, they do.
maybe if you're 4:35 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I'm okay for that exemption because the focus is who are you bothering?
I used to have to leave for the ICU at 1:30 on a snow day, but I also worked.
Never. Would you do that?
I did that for 5 years, but, that's beside the point. The point is like, I definitely had a vehicle because snow tires and four-wheel drive in case no one was plowing my road and I wasn't snow blowing my driveway. I was getting in my car and expecting to just plow through
So
that.
you're the exception to the exemption.
Well, I would suggest that staff has well crafted section D in section 4, which is a construction project limitation hours. And that could simply be copy pasted and modified for landscaping, for snow removal with different time limits based on what's appropriate.
Where do we draw the line? So is a snow blowing attachment on the front of the Bobcat that's needed for thicker snow not allowed, but the plow on the front of the Bobcat is allowed?
Snow removal equipment.
And so but the plow doesn't make as much noise as snow, right? I think that's part of the argument.
Well, except for the beep, because it's.
For sure.
I would rather we not make policy forcing people into making financial decisions that aren't necessary.
My personal opinion, the people that are gonna be snow blowing at 3 AM in the morning, I don't think are doing it out of enjoyment. I think are doing it out of necessity. And while I certainly agree that snow blowing at 3 AM in the morning can be annoying, I think that there is probably a reason why they're doing that. And that's why I would support the exception.
I think you're right that most of the time that's true, but what if you were a vindictive person and wish to choose to use an exception in the rule set to bother your neighbors because the rule specifically lets you do that? So why not run your snow blower even when it didn't snow?
I think that would be covered under some of the general.
Yes.
Oh, great, good, then I will draw my comment.
That's why we've given you the power to weigh in on off-track ideas or problems.
Other comments? Councilmember Sullivan.
I do worry about the professionals that are clearing the driveways. And in our neighborhood, most use a plow, which wouldn't be a problem. But there is at least one company I know that has a bunch of guys, they use snow blowers. And so they're obligated to pull it early before people get up to go to work. And I just worry about those folks.
I have a question, is this something that could be legislated? Well, that's the wrong word. Is the HOA allowed to put restrictions in place for snow removal time?
Absolutely.
So I think that would be something we could, communicate to the HOAs as ways to prevent that, but I don't think we should legislate restrictions for our entire town based on, something that might only affect certain areas.
What if you have a commercial property that says, hey, we'll take the discount deal by having your crew come out at 4 AM because you aren't waking up anyone because no one's staying in our commercial area, oh, but all the neighbors get woken up. I say that because sometimes there's no blow over it not be pleasant. Because there's no one living in not be pleasant, but it's surrounded by residential.
And it would seem to be the part of the county that's exploiting because we don't have regulations. I mean, you look at Denver's in the process of rewriting their noise ordinances right now. And they've extended the hours for trash pickup because the population density has required more extensive routes. And so the trash guys have to start earlier, but they're still restricting the hour that those trash pickups can start because it is a nuisance if they're starting at a ridiculous time. So I know this might not sound like an issue, but I think it could become an issue, especially in single family neighborhoods where they might have contractors that pick up on the fact that it's not regulated, and we can legislate it through HOAs, but not everybody has an HOA. Loveland Pass Village and Stone has an HOA, but the Loveland Pass Village does not.
But but the other side of that is in some HOAs, mine included. We have a requirement that our pathways are all cleared by 8 AM in the morning. Because if you don't clear them by then, the snow's gonna get packed down and they cannot be removed. And you end up with you basically end up with hiring people to come out and have some chip ice. So that's the issue. It makes more sense to allow the HOAs to regulate it.
I think Councilman Burgess makes a good point that if contractors say, Keystone doesn't have a rule, start there. And again, like, let's say we use Mount View Plaza as an example, so they want to start at 3:30 in the morning, if they can. So maybe we take an early, a semi-civil hour, like 5 AM.
If I may weigh in, our noise ordinance is written right now is extensively longer and more complicated than any of the other towns. We are not the exception here. They can go blow snow anywhere else as long as they meet decibel levels or exemptions for that equipment. We're not going to be identified as a town to go snow blow everything at 4 in the morning as a result of this. I also think we have to, we are a town that our lifts start turning at 8:30 in the morning. That means people have to be at work and all the tourists are already out on the roads very early in the morning. Many of those tourists have no idea how to walk on snow and ice, let alone anything else. And all of our ordinances can be readdressed. As a matter of fact, they will constantly for the next hundreds of years be readdressed and reamended. And if this proves to be a problem, if we're having bad snowblower noise and receiving complaints, at that point, the council can then readdress that problem in that situation.
Just throwing this out there, I'm not putting my support either way. But I was at Mountain House the other day and I noticed next to their fancy rain snow blowers, they're very loud snow blowers, they had 2 green and black ones powered by batteries. Do you want to look at any kind of difference in exception for snow removal equipment that does or does not emit noise?
If it doesn't emit noise, it wouldn't be subject to any plan. I've mowed my yard with my electric mower at 11:30.
I have an electric snow blower, it's quite quiet. But yeah, I think if we were making a rule, it would be about ones with internal combustion engines. But I think our manager makes a really good point. And also, let's not forget, If you get woken up at 4 on powder day, then it's probably good. Plus you gotta go to work.
What kind of guidance do we want to give the town manager?
Pretty much just excitements for snow clearing.
Yeah.
No clearance and landscaping and the
Landscaping daylight.
During daylight.
Or day out.
to address both of those.
I don't think it's unanimous, but no, that's what I agree with.
Yeah, you will present the leadership, right?
Do you have enough to keep?
On that, you have more stuff to go through though. Well, back to the, my first question was, do we want to differentiate weekend hours, weekday hours, maybe turn the weekday nighttime start at 10 PM instead of 11 PM?
That's the guidance I can let us compromise.
Thumbs up for what the town manager said.
So you're saying 11 on Friday and Saturday and 10 on the other days?
Yeah, you guys just said you wanted different on weekends, but you didn't get details on how we wanted the differences.
So first step, yes, different. Next step is, what's the level, right?
Yeah, or is it just time difference, level the same?
I don't think we should change the levels.
Here's the problem with the level. You have a 70 dBm at the gondola. That violates the 60 dBA level. How do you deal with that?
You were recommending the higher level. That's what-
Yes,
In our document, it says 60, but
in our document, but I'm recommending we go to 70 and 65 in commercial districts.
I would recommend that you do that for at your emission, or at that property boundary. So, you don't measure at the gondola, you go to that property boundary and have that. And then you keep the lower levels, you still have that received level at the residential boundary.
Well, there is no property boundary for where this noise was being generated. It's a massive parcel that encompasses the entirety of the
River
So what,
plaza and such. So
what most of the things I said, when you have a large area, then you do 50 feet from the source.
are 25 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we could still have the residential limit, you still have that residential limit to receive, would override it, but it wouldn't matter here because there's no residential anywhere near.
But will be with Kindred.
That would be multi-use.
No, that's multi-use.
Multi-use, all right.
Commercial.
You're right.
So what I'm getting here is weekdays, 10 PM is when the night starts. Weekends, 11 PM, and we change commercial to 70 during the day, 65 at night. At 72, I registered was loud. They had
What was
a lot
that
of
again?
noise. When I registered at 72 decibels.
Yeah.
It was loud.
That was at the gondola.
Yeah, with two speakers playing different sounds at the same time. It was a situation where if someone complained, we talked to especially the speakers.
So we clarified that River runs all commercial. If you look at the, chair operation at Mountain House, that parcel, before the noise gets to like Chateau de Monde or something like that, is that still
That's commercial.
beyond? Oh,
That's correct.
they're a commercial property.
No, Chateau would be residential, but the rest of Mountain House would be commercial.
But I can tell you those distances will knock the decibel levels
That's,
down.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not creating a problem at Mountain House because we're assuming it's not as bad as River Run.
so what are we recommending, 60 or 9 at commercial or 55?
65, 70 and 65.
That's 70, I just, is 65 too loud for
It
9?
might be because most of our commercial truly is mixed use.
I keep your current numbers for night and up-to-date numbers.
Well, but, so the current numbers are
The 55,
55.
50 and 55.
What? I guess I was going for.
I'd like to go to, yes, 70-60, I think would be a better mix. Because these are still, there are businesses open. There are people coming in and out of restaurants. There will be people making noise.
John, what did you use to do these measures?
I didn't do it properly this
I'm
summer.
not suggesting, but I went out also with something I got on Amazon.
Yeah,
And the levels I got were quite high. And the most quiet part of the golf course, it was already 53 in Dave Town. So that's why I wondered, might have had a better one.
I used the Dylan one, but
Dylan Fleece one?
yeah, but I did not use it properly. I'll tell you that much. I didn't set ambient noise levels. I didn't check wind readings. I did not do it properly. And that's a real problem with decibel set levels, for noise ordinances.
So if we go 70-60, and 2 months from now, having a lot of complaints, we should, I mean, this is something you typically will change.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for 70-60.
And let's entertain, council member Marvin's proposal that we up the residential as well.
I didn't say that residential at all.
I misunderstood.
I was saying by measuring the receive as well as the emission, you end up creating a more permissive environment because you're actually measuring how much sound the house is receiving. We're not changing the numbers. We're just measuring it at the place that it's experienced.
And I think that's the common sense approach here, which I appreciate.
Yeah, at the receiving part of that. And that solves the condominium issue as well.
So I'm just wrapping my head around this, right? Loveland Pass Village, just behind house right on the corner across from Razor Drive where the goat is, right? The goat is producing a festival or something some night and there's music happening, right? Your proposal, we would measure at the boundary property line of the house and not 25 feet from the property line of the goat, which would be in the middle of the highway.
Right, but you could measure both. And well, I think it would be right at the edge of the highway. So you can measure the commercial limit up at the edge of the highway. If you could get no cars through the highway. And then you could measure your commercial limit. And then you would measure the residential limit at that house on Razor Drive.
And are you proposing it's the complainant's house or just any house in that residential area?
You could measure it, and if you were simply doing the surveillance-based assistant enforcement or law enforcement at time to do such things, you could do that. But generally, I would defer to the town manager for his experience, but it's gonna be, someone's gonna say like, I can hear the goat in my house and it's midnight. Then an officer might come out to that property and say, yeah, it's like 70 dB at this house. And, or whatever, 60, whatever is above the residential limit. Which probably wouldn't have, well, when they open their door. Yeah, but.
Yeah, we're addressing now, not the issue of residential noise or commercial versus commercial. We're talking commercial versus adjoining or near residential.
And I almost view it the opposite as Councilmember Parment. Like, I think that could go the opposite direction, that a commercial building could be within their noise levels and be adjacent to a residential building. And the residential building would trigger it, but the commercial building wouldn't.
Well, if you had been very close to each other, yes, but what's typical is that there's basically a large barrier that tends to have distance fall off of that noise. Given what our limits are, you go from 60 to 50. Because sound falls off of the square distance. If you have, 150 or 200 feet of distance between the properties, that generally more than accounts for that difference. Does that make sense? If they were literally right next to each other, like if someone decided to have an outdoor concert at Dos Locos at midnight, then you might be able to meet your limits at the edge of the commercial property while violating the residential limits across the street. But that seems fair. You border a residential area, you probably shouldn't be, they're a residential area, so they shouldn't be subjected to the commercial noise in that case.
I understand that, but I would hate for a commercial building to be within their limits and then have to be shut down because a residential building that echoes the right way or something happens that's near it, triggers that threshold.
While I see your point, but why should the residential building have to suffer that commercial noise?
Why should the commercial building have to suffer residential noise?
Because they are operating in proximity to a residential area.
I think there's a no.
So that we can follow your project.
I-
And we also like to
Sorry.
understand, is there an example that would help us understand?
Well, we'll go to the goat example, right? Like the goat could have their door open and could trigger the limit at, I'm not a sound expert, right? So, but it could trigger the limit at the first house in the corner in Loveland Pass Village, or could trigger the limit in the residential condos right next door, right? Not Sundance because that's a natural use, right? But could trigger, an adjacent space. A lot of our, the Snake River Slims right next to some residential units as well. They could trigger at those residential units, which are very close. They do not have a significant, barrier, but I don't think it's fair for those commercial entities to be subject to residential noise restrictions just because they're really close.
I still think the snake is going to have to be violating commercial limits in order to be bothering Snake River Village residents. They're going to have to be very loud, and in the example you gave, then the goat closes their door and there's no problem, right? Does the goat have the right to have their door open and tunnel sounds into a residential area at 300 feet away? I would argue not. When they have an option to close the door and then everyone's happy.
But wouldn't that trigger the commercial sound level right outside the door?
At their property boundary or 25 feet beyond their property boundary. Do we want an ordinance at all? I'm not sure what you're arguing.
If I may pop in, I guess I don't understand what the problem is with the 25 feet from the boundary, property boundary, although in a multi-use dwelling, as you brought up, that's a different story. I don't see how allowing two different measurements at two different levels and in two different categories of levels.
I don't think it's gonna be a common.
What problem would it solve?
I think measuring at the receiving property's boundary, that's what we're arguing in favor of because that's a realistic measure of bother. And I think that's not going to result in, it's going to be a very rare situation that I can't really imagine where you're going to be applying different, they meet a commercial standard, but don't meet a residential standard of the received property. I just can't see that happening. And if we eliminated the received property measurement, then again, we run into that issue where 25 feet beyond the property boundary of this residential property is literally on the far side of the next door neighbor's house, and you can't really measure that.
I guess where I'm coming from is I don't care if it's at the receiving property line or the noise source, right? But I don't want to have two measurements where one person can be in compliance and one person can't, and then vice versa, right? So I don't care if it's at the receiving or the noise source. Just one measurement needs to be the one we go with. We shouldn't be having two.
Or one road sport regulations that say the more stringent of these two apply.
And I would probably have a problem with that. This Councilmember Hagan.
Yeah.
But I just don't see where that's going to actually occur.
But then if you don't see where that's going to occur, then why put that in place to start with? And if we have a problem, as we talked about earlier, we can go back and address it.
Plus, we're asking a lot of the businesses there. A business can monitor their sound. We cannot expect a business to monitor their sound at every property that might be impacted by it.
No, they can't. And again, my strong argument here is for most foreseeable situations, if they're going to go and try and measure their own sound, then it means that they won't be causing a problem. Because you have a 10 decibel delta between the limits. That you aren't going to be having an issue where they measure at their boundary or 25 feet beyond their boundary, and yet it's above the limit at the receiving property. But you do need that receiving property limit, probably more for the residential situations where you have contiguous residential lots.
Well, and then I'll bring your 25-foot wide lot. Your expectations have to be different if you are in a 25-foot wide lot. What noise you will be able to hear. You can't expect to live 10 feet from your neighbor and not hear them. It's a different situation. It's a situation you're kind of just like if you are in a condominium, your noise and silence expectations in purchasing that should be very different than if you're purchasing a single family home. We're taking the onus off of, we're making it very difficult if we have a receiving lot level for people to monitor their own and control their own sound. We're taking the monitoring and control out of the noisemaker's hands and putting it in.
I can't disagree more because you're only considering maybe like one bar in town that might bother to buy a sound meter, and what you're disregarding is that almost any other noise complaint is actually going to be probably people who don't have sound meters. So like the idea that people are going out and measuring your sound is almost inconceivable unless you're a venue that has concerts every night. And that's not really probably what most of our noise complaints are about anyway. So I'm not sure I'm following the purpose of your argument when the original idea of measuring at the received property was meant to expand the allowable sound ranges by directly measuring what the effect is of the people who might be bothered. When you actually say, hey, there's some noise, it's not because 99% of the people in this world went outside with a decibel meter and said, well, the bar's too loud, call the cops. They're going like, I got woken up. They call the cops come out and do the measurement at the received property.
But it doesn't expand it because both, the way you proposed it, both measurement things still are valid spots to measure.
Well, we could do received only, if that would make it simpler. But then you're saying that it becomes impossible for zero bars in town that have their own sound meter to do self-monitoring. But I'd be willing to accept that if you're looking for simplicity and regulation and only measure the received, because there's plenty of sound ordinances out there that just look at the received property.
Let's face it, this is not a simple ordinance, it's 13 pages.
No, but this is a pretty fundamental discussion. Where are we going to measure the sound?
I can see the argument for not measuring both. And if you're not going to measure both, I would strongly argue to measure at the received property. Because you know what, most of the time it's going to be a complaint-based system. And yes, I understand that means that it makes it harder for somebody who wants to go out and buy a sound meter to self-regulate, but that's not going to be very many businesses. Maybe one, maybe none. And so what, you know, there's just too many situations where it's difficult for a responding code enforcement officer to make a measurement and actually have a meaningful understanding of what the affected property is getting. If you're saying, well, we need 25 feet and you're standing in the middle of the road to do it.
I would tend to agree with Councilmember Parmet's assessment, but I would like to see a provision in there that it's the complainant property. And the reason why is I do not want we have a very high vacancy rate, right? So I would not like to see the code enforcement officer go to the closest residential property, boom, right? Gotcha. But if there's 4 vacant houses before your house, I'd like to actually take the measurement at the complainant house. And then that way we're seeing who's truly impacted, right? That makes sense.
I think that's a good distinction. What I tried to say a few minutes ago is that you were focusing us on the harm done as opposed to a conceptual problem. So I'd like the other property, complainant's property line makes absolute sense.
Is that easy to, put into wording and monitor? Yes, I think we can do this. It will preclude, which is not a bad thing. If there's no one complaining, why enforce? But it will preclude an officer or a code person from enforcing this on their own. But if no one's complaining, is there a problem? They were probably all invited to the party.
I see the hazard you pointed out as very valid, but I think I'd be willing to accept that in the name of simplicity and permissiveness.
Well, and also it's not affecting anyone, I don't care.
Right. Right, we don't, and they are kind of, well, I can conceive of a repeat offender that the code enforcement officer might be proactive about. But apart from that, like, they're not gonna have time to just going around with the sound meter looking for offenders. We don't want that environment anyway.
That works for me. Do we agree on the numbers as well? 70 and 60.
70 and 60.
But as measured at the complainant's location. Yeah, closest.
So if you have a commercial property who's admitting, and you measure it at the complainant's location and they're residential, you're measuring against the residential standard?
Yes. That goes back to yours.
And I actually agree with that sentiment. Yeah, I just don't like that there's 2 different measurement potentials.
Yeah, that they could be in compliance with one and not in compliance with another, which is a challenge.
We probably have one location in Keystone where that potentially could happen, maybe 2 locations in Keystone. It really got wild in the ski tip.
Yeah, I'm a neighbor to that, so, but it doesn't bother me that much. I do shop with them. Professionally.
There you go. All right.
Okay, we can keep going down, motor vehicle noise.
I was gonna comment about ski tip. The HOA there does have more restrictive rules than what we're recommending here. So, and I did check the ski tip and they abide by it.
And because we're a community that is so dominated by HOAs, I mean, in the neighborhood of 676 to 78 HOAs.
76, 76.
76? I think it's 77. Is it appropriate to put a reference in any of these ordinances that HOAs may have a different regulation?
No, but we don't enforce the different regulation.
No, we don't enforce it, but I still think people need to be aware of that. They may have more restrictive.
Yeah, I don't think it's our place to necessarily put that in our ordinance. That's accepted law, and HOAs need to know that.
What's accepted law?
That you can contract above and beyond the limited requirements of governance.
Right.
Okay. And I guess I just make maybe that might be a discussion for our SPR review. Making sure we distinguish between the fact that we have town ordinances that might be in contradiction with HOA ordinances, and that they need to defer to the HOA ordinance for STRs versus saying, well, this is what the town allows, because it is harder for HOAs
to do that, but that needs to be consideration in STR and the decision.
And my point was, this is not the only law that,
Would it apply?
pretty much any law that we pass, any ordinance we pass, if it governs behavior, HOAs can go above and beyond.
I did have a question on section 4, subsection F.
Yep.
Measurements of, sound with wind. What happens if there is wind? Can no reading occur and then thus no enforcement can occur?
That's an excellent question, Councilmember. So in reading like some of the DOT standards around this, generally what's recommended is you have a sound meter, and with no windscreen, they would say measure 5 miles per hour below. If you put a windscreen on it or you wind block, then they generally say recommended that measurements be done at 12 miles per hour below. It gives you a lot more room. When it gets really windy, there's a lot of wind noise too, which tends to drown out other noises, and it becomes less of an issue. So if, when we have those days where it's blowing 40 miles per hour, we're probably not getting noise complaints. But what they'll say to do is, that's the recommendation. And what you do if it's above that is this: one, you switch to DBA, because wind noise is mostly that low frequency, 200 hertz less. So if you switch to DBA, you start to filter out the wind effect, and then you record it. So you're saying like, I'm recording like 100 decibel sound in 12 mile per hour winds with a wind block or windscreen on DBA, then clearly that's not the wind.
So I guess my question is the 5 mile an hour wind reasonable?
No. I would say that it should be amended to say, you should use I'll send the code, the ANSI code. An ANSI compliant windscreen on the meter above 5. And then, switch your scale. So that you're not getting a false high reading, because that's what wind does, is it gives you a false high reading.
Okay, and then my second part of the question, is there a wind meter involved in this as well?
Great question. Handheld anemometer, less than $100.
What have been
I didn't want, because I was snow nerd. It's not snow. Like observations, we can record like calm, light, medium, heavy winds, or you could pull a handheld anemometer, but 22 gusty 57. Well, that could be a pretty gusty day.
But does the bill at least have a
We can buy one for him.
anemometer?
It's not just one,
One in every car.
one in every car.
I'm sure we can probably get a bulk deal for that. I'll Google how much it is for. Mine was $60 when I was in Africa.
To be realistic,
Yeah,
as we stated this,
$15.
no, to be realistic, I would guess that the reason for noise complaints is you want to give your police department an opportunity to knock on the door, say, we have a noise ordinance, can you quiet down? And people do. The chances that we're gonna have to take a noise reading is an extremely egregious situation, potentially a commercial operation that is continually violating emitting an extremely high standard. So we can go to a lot of detail on this, but in fact, the impact of noise on residences is probably almost zero. Because I don't know, we could ask the Dillon Police Department when the last time they had to take a noise reading to give a citation, and the answer is probably no, because everyone complies when they knock on the door. And that's how the county sheriff has always operated here.
I can actually tell you the last time they did, and they ended up losing a lawsuit over it.
But we probably still need standards.
Yeah,
I think so.
I understand it, but I mean, to going into the details of anemometers and the rest of it, probably is a little overkill for really how it's gonna be employed.
I think you make a good point. At $15, it's not a big deal. But I think that having a well-written set of standards makes it appear more, anyone who wants to look at it. And the biggest reason I have the numbers is it lets the police go, this complainant is repeated and it's not even meeting the standards. And I can tell them, hey, you know, they're not violating. Why are you calling us? Or someone who is violating the standards, they can say, look, dude, like, you know, you said you're not being that loud. I measured it and it is.
The standards are important. I'm just being, from a practical standpoint, you're not gonna see a police officer walking up to on a noise complaint with the noise meter across the hall. They're gonna knock on the door.
But I think I should have the windscreen language.
Can I ask the question? Feel free to kick me under the table again.
No.
Does this apply to situations, I think about a certain concern that came up about a commercial fan and commercial fan noise sustain noise levels? And then, I mean, I had a personal issue when Aviation was changing out some of its power supplies. They put some sort of transformer or something up on the highway near our neighborhood that sounded like an apocalyptic beehive. It was so loud. And I think if we hadn't complained, they wouldn't have changed it out, but noise like that, I would hope it would cover situations like that, that aren't things that we think about every day that really impact your quality of life.
Yeah.
And thankfully Excel moved it and changed it. But
And those are the things where the standards really come in effect. When we have a permanent or semi-permanent structure that's continuously making that noise, if they don't respond and deal with it, we can actually.
And another place where the standards are important is, there was an allegation that the design for Kid Group was gonna result in too much noise and violate noise standards. That's the case, and you could go out and that would give the building department an opportunity to go out, do the measurement. Right now, those measurements would be made if we didn't pass this based on the current county standards. This will be a little bit different. No, that's a good question.
Motor vehicle noise?
Before you go on 4D, the last sentence, you know, it talks about the industrial standard and we need to determine what since you referred to the industrial standard, what's the standard for construction projects?
Well, it would be commercial.
Be commercial, that.
Well, no, it would be, good construction projects are tough ones. They're always going to exceed.
must be just on a certain time of day.
Yeah,
I didn't even know they measured the decibel of a construction site. I just thought it was limited to certain hours of the day, so it wasn't a total nuisance.
actually, that's how we
Most people
read
would.
it. Yeah,
That is how it
Is it,
yeah.
it says construction noise will not exceed the permissible levels.
Okay, specified for industrial zones, which were, I think,
Limited.
70 or 75,
Let's say the
80.
text to do.
So let me look in,
I'll look at it.
look into construction noise, because we probably should set a,
Yes.
yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna watch until I count one for something.
Okay, so now can we move to more vehicle noise? The chart I have here, I think I need to take off the column with speed limit of more than 35 miles an hour. And just have it, those motor vehicle noise levels of 88 and 86, because they match up with the state laws that were passed in 2021. And we don't want to necessarily have noise levels for new vehicles that are more stringent than the state levels. That's my opinion, but
I'm not sure why the state limits are that, but when I was reading there were the EPA limits set in pre-73 and 73, which were those numbers. But there was new limits from the EPA, and DOT in the 80s, I think 1984, 83, that established like even for a muffled Jake brake had a maximum of 83. And those are measured in dBA at 50 feet, which makes sense because, I mean, heavy city traffic with many accelerating heavy trucks is only 85. So having a limit for a single vehicle at 86 is wild, and we know that Jake brakes are regulated by EPA to a degree. And I had notes with Sorcerer for that, but I'm sure we can review it.
If you want, I can match the EPA levels. I have the handbook for motor vehicle noise enforcement.
Awesome. And then, yeah, those are measured 50 feet in dBA, which, or at least that's the federal standard. We need we're going to put something in here that allows us to add noise cameras in the future. For vehicle traffic.
That would be under our, should that be under here or under traffic?
I think it belongs under here because I think that CDOT's requirement for them to put up signs at both sides of Keystone saying sound ordinance to enforce no engine braking in town. Those are based on you having a noise ordinance, not a traffic ordinance.
We did that in the model traffic code. We made the amendments to the model traffic code for the engine brakes.
Right, that requires.
But not the noise cameras.
Right. But separate from the noise cameras, I think that CDOT requires you to actually have a noise ordinance about it.
We do. We have that in the model traffic.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we added that special provision.
So here's an argument to have it, for the traffic cameras to have it here, is it's not, wouldn't be a speed enforcement camera, and if it was under the traffic code, well, I would defer to you, would we then be limited by the state regulations around that would otherwise govern red light and speed, and it wouldn't be the case if it was here?
I do think that is I'd have to go back and look at the definitions, but I think that is an automated vehicle enforcement system that would have to proceed under those regulations that we adopted under the model traffic code and that are state regulations.
But it's not a traffic, it's a noise violation.
But it's still automated cameras.
Yeah, it's noise and traffic. I mean.
So your
Traffic is
not producing license plates automatically, they're
drive. Traffic is tail lights, traffic is it's not just the actual process of driving.
Well, I think her point was because we're using license plate ID, that's what.
Yeah. For an automatic, for an AVIS system, we're good.
So then do we even need additional? Do we need anything additional to allow us to put in sound cameras? As far as legislation?
Well,
or is it good to go based on what's in the model traffic code?
We have to have limitations. We have to have a law that they're breaking.
Right. But anything other than like what we're already doing, do we have to have something specific for sound cameras? It sounds like we don't.
We do have to have an additional ordinance related to AVIS enforcement.
Okay.
Which
But separate, not in this.
Correct, separate.
Thank you.
Other comments, Jamie?
So I'll get the EPA numbers and we'll talk about it because I don't know why the state adopted these numbers in 21. if EPA requires lower numbers anyways. So I'll look into the EPA noise handbook here. OHV, once again, those are the same as the state numbers.
Well, town manager is looking that up for us. I'll go back to our sound expert. There's such a small difference between 88 and 90 at pure numerical digits. Is that a big distinction in actuality?
No, almost.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and going from 83 to 89 is quadruple. 83 to 90 is more than, that's like 5x.
And 83 to 93 is 10 times.
So that's helpful because that's not intuitive.
I agree, it's this weird.
The DB scale. It's like very fast.
Are there any questions in the OHV section that pretty much mirrors state law? And we just have our requirements for mufflers, as I said, I no longer have to put one on the like. We get to exemptions, I noticed right away in 8B, when I cut and pasted that exemption, I read it wrong and read it as manufacturing, industrial, or commercial business purposes, comma, public utilities regulated, and public utilities regulate pursuant to Title 40. Only public utilities are regulated pursuant to Title 40. So I think I need to take manufacturing, industrial, or commercial business purposes. Kind of defeats to have a sound limit if those things are exempted from the sound limits. Are there any other questions about any of these exemptions?
You're going to put an exemption, you are going to put an exemption in for snow removal and landscaping.
Yep.
I did have a question, section 9 related to an exception. Section 9B, alarms, etc. Should there be an exception for alarms that require emergency services to turn off? I'm just thinking fire alarms, right? Like legally, we are not allowed to turn those off on our property. And I really hope the fire department's there within 15 minutes, but I think that there should be some kind of exception that if an alarm is required to be turned off by another emergency service organization or something like that, or they should be exempt, or there's like an active fire, the first priority is not turning off the people outside.
Well, it exempts,
I didn't see it,
when no emergency is found to exist.
but again,
So no, for your second, if there's a fire, this does not apply. But yes, if it requires a third outside party to turn it.
I wouldn't even say third party, I'd say emergency services, because I'd hate for people to hide behind the guise of a third party being anyone.
Yep.
It really should be emergency
Okay.
service, in my opinion.
Doesn't say that no emergencies found to exist by the town, does it?
No, like, so fire alarm gets triggered at the property, right? It takes the fire department 16 minutes to get there, but they have to be the one to turn it off. Even if there's no emergency, I still don't think that should be a noise violation.
I agree, I would expect the town manager would use his discretion.
I can definitely write to that window. It's enough to.
Any other comments or changes?
On section 9, I had a thought about highway vehicles. And I think this is, I know I had residents who lived in Exo or Exhibition Station in River Run. And it can also be a problem in the Stone and Level Pass Village where you have delivery vehicles and transport vehicles, particularly heavy diesels that will park to unload and they'll idle for like an hour. And we have some sort of like commercial vehicle that's near a condo complex can't idle for more than 5 minutes. It's also good for emissions.
My only question with that is what's making the noise? Is it the reefer unit that's keeping all the products safe to eat? Or is it the actual truck? Because I would agree with you on the truck,
Yeah,
but I don't want my steaks to go bad because they have to turn off the reefer unit.
that's a good point. What do you do when they are parked directly in front of a residential unit at 2 a.m.?
A delivery system that we can look at.
The chances of that, again, if that happens, why don't we address it when it happens?
Okay.
We can try to legislate everything.
Right.
But
But then that does go back to like, what about, there are delivery trucks that, and it's not the reefer unit, it's the diesel, they're, just, carting in all the, booze to the liquor store for an hour while parking in front of somebody's house.
Well, they're in front of a condominium, probably in a commercial establishment, in a liquor store.
Not on Hanson Road. Yeah.
But it's,
So I mean, from the back, going into the back.
And sorry for my ignorance, do we have idle limits in our vehicle model truck?
we can look into that. That should probably be in the model. Rather than noise.
I'd be willing to defer that whole thing, and we'd have a general idling thing, so you don't have people. Another issue we have is people come out and turn on their car at midnight and then idle it for literally 2 hours. And that's probably not good for the environment.
But if they are violating the noise code at that time, if
Right.
it's over X amount of dB is measured wherever, then that's what would apply. Not the idling issue.
Sure.
Any other comments? Do you have any guidance, Mr. Town Manager?
I think I do. So I have a question. It's 8:30 and we have, 3 draft proposals, that we want to go through.
I have a lot of questions on the animal one, so I'm just putting that out there, that would probably take more than 30.
So I will give a heads up to
Do the,
So good.
donation policy.
what I was gonna do is the donation policy, let's move the animal control policy to the bottom of the discussion items, and then run donation and then outreach. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Sure.
All right. Next is, donation policy and Mr. Town Manager.
And I will pass this on to our town attorney, Jennifer Metzer, who drafted.
Good evening. So the town charter, section 14.1 allows the town council to accept gifts, donations of all kinds, property, cash, in kind, gifts. So this policy is a draft donation policy that speaks to acceptance of gifts. It does apply to cash and in-kind donations, also includes real property. The policy includes definitions. The donations must support town goals, not overburden resources, and avoid illegal or financial risks. There is an approval process spelled out in the policy. And this approval process is that town council must approve cash donations above $10,000. That was just a number that I put in the policy. It can be whatever you decide it to be. Same is true for in-kind donations. Any real property donations must be accepted and approved by town council by resolution. And donations over 25,000 require a written gift agreement. And there are some specifications related to a gift agreement. In the policy, it outlines terms of the gifts and future use. And then specifications on acknowledgement and recognition of the donations. So happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here we go. Some of these are just questions. Why not anonymous? I mean, is that just somebody wanting to give everything one to be known for getting money to them?
Yeah. Just as Councilmember Biscuit said, it's a transparency for gifts and for money received.
I just know some people that you don't want to, I guess, be known for donations, and they like to be anonymous. And I just didn't know if that was a legal issue or if that's just a transparency issue.
Councilmember Fiston.
I agree, I like to make my donations anonymously, but I think when it comes to the town, you need the transparency in case there is some sort of conflict of interest, and we have accountability to the constituents. So if they're so dead set on anonymous, maybe this isn't the right place to be donating. I mean, I would want to know big donors in case there was something that came up that could potentially have a conflict with an ordinance or some other town decision that was being made, that everybody on the council would be aware of who made that donation and what their special interest might be in relation to other topics.
I just know we will have people that don't know.
Yeah.
So that's fine. My next question was, volunteer services, professional services. How is that, how do they determine a price or a value of that?
It could be,
And then would those people be using that as a tax write-off? I mean, I'm just curious how that works.
I don't know if it's used as a tax write-off. I do know it's the typical price, I mean, for volunteer time. I know, for example, in other communities, people want to give professional services, and it would be valued at that person's hourly rate.
There is also, because I've trained this before, there's like a standard volunteer rate that you can use. So like when I would do nonprofit stuff, you could do that at a certain rate, like the federal government starts.
So it is a tax reduction, like volunteer services. Okay, I just didn't know.
I think the color of it doesn't, accept that, no. Not precise, yeah.
Other questions, comments? Councilmember Hagan?
I also just wanted to add the anonymous question as well. I don't know if that's either way, but I do think it limits us, just a comment there. And then I was wondering, the stock in crypto, is that covered anywhere? Like, can you donate stock or crypto or some kind of that realm of things to the town?
Well, it's not really called out. I mean, I would think that would be considered probably a cash donation, fall within that category. If we wanted to specifically exclude that, we could, but.
I wouldn't want to exclude it, but I think that we're going, I would have to presume that, this document, we didn't reinvent the wheel. So I think that crypto especially has become such a prevalent, aspect of our financial system in just the past 2 or 3 years. I think we should be ahead of the curve ball and call that out and put some regulation in there.
Okay.
It's just call it out.
Call it out.
Cash, or any easily fundable.
But I would also, like, asked, what is our approach to that? Is our immediate approach to liquidate it? Are we gonna have a crypto wallet that sits on somebody's laptop? What is the approach to that? And I don't have the
The
answer.
council would make that decision when we got the donation.
And the town manager would strongly recommend that we buy something that actually has a basis.
Yeah, we liquidated it, which is just like stock.
Yeah,
Both nonprofits, they're donated stock, and they didn't liquidate the stock.
yeah.
It's much overhead.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
You treat it like cash. If it's not cash, you turn it into cash. Councilmember Kerr.
So I think I'm answering your own question, but in section 8, all donations shall be used for the purpose for which they were given. I think the answer is to my question is in the next phrase, as agreed upon by the town. I ask this because I have known people who gave money specifically for like a park bench overlooking Dillon Reservoir to the town of Dillon. Should they change the trail or any other thing? Is that something that the town manager would keep loose enough that the intent is to make it a conceptual thing as opposed to a specific location? And I know this is real in the weeds, but that's where we.
It's so not in the weeds. I heard Lord, we had a memorial bench program in Grand Lake. And we moved one bench 12 feet. And you would have thought the world, and then, so.
So I don't know that we need to clarify in here, but I guess it comes down to when the town council or manager makes that acceptance, that the general intent is not the same as the specific location, perhaps.
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy. Second issue, question. Again, not specific to this, as it's written, which is great. We might consider down the road publicizing a list of things that people could donate or donate toward. And I think that's, a lot of towns do that, kind of a wish list.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Bench cost X, canopy cost X.
Any other comments on the ordinance? On the policy?
Right.
Councilmember Martin?
I know the $10,000 is kind of a place marker. I'm just wondering in a future discussion if that threshold isn't reduced maybe a little bit. I'm not sure, but item for possible discussion. But I think it would also be nice, will we, as the council, be updated on a regular basis of donations that do come in so that we and not only recognize the individuals, the businesses that are doing it, but we kind of have a running tally of who is making those donations. The last item I had is if we decide to decline a donation, are we obligated to provide a reason, or can we just legally say that the town is not, thank you for your offer, but that the town does not accept this donation? Because I would hate to see if we have an individual or an organization, I don't want to see the town reputation being bought by a donation. That's a great donations, covers a purpose, but maybe the town doesn't want to be aligned with that individual or that organization. So it does a simple decline suffice, or do we get dragged into down the rabbit hole of, well, why aren't you accepting my donation?
So section 4 just says town reserves the right to accept or decline any donation. So you can decline without reason.
Okay.
Any other comments?
I have a quick question here about this. Real property donations, how does this relate to site plan approval where we have a public easement dedicated to on a walkway or something like that?
I mean, I can call out an exception, but I don't think that fits in terms of a donation.
Yeah.
Because it's not a gift of property, it's required by code.
Okay.
But I can specify that.
Councilmember Higgins.
I would like to go back to, Councilmember Martin's question about the $10,000. I personally, he had asked if we might break down that $10,000 threshold, in the future. I personally think that the $10,000 threshold is about as low as I want to get, especially with, today, $10,000 doesn't get you a ton, right? And it gets you a lot, not nearly as much as it used to, but, so I'm just throwing that out there for conversation purposes.
1.5 square feet on the top floor. Anyway,
For 10 feet of a walkway. Any other comments? I have one, paragraph 4, do not pose any legal, financial, or reputational risk. Any is an absolute term, and I don't believe we need to have anything that we accept is going to have some sort of a risk and some sort of a potential legal issue. My proposal would be any significant, and then the council would be making the decision of whether the risk was acceptable. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. Any other comments? All right. You have guidance, is that enough? Do you have any
I'm not hearing really consensus as to the dollar amount, because I mean, as far as I'm hearing, that's really the one question, and then we would bring it back by resolution.
I was just wanting to see if.
I'm okay with 10,000, I just wanted to,
Okay,
yes.
okay, okay.
okay with 10,000? Okay. All right.
And I think we don't even need to necessarily put it in here, but, town manager will report any significant donations. I'm not gonna tell you someone bakes us a plate cookies and things of it, but.
Who's back?
It was anonymous.
I gotta give it back.
Well, okay.
All right, the next item is the short-term rental community outreach feedback plan. I think this is something we do need to talk about today. So with that, I'll turn it over to the town manager, who I know is immediately gonna pass it off.
I am immediately passing it off to our town clerk and this meeting.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. This is Maddie Cielu, I'm the town clerk. So essentially, when we passed the short-term rental ordinance last year, a big part of that conversation was that we wanted to hear future significant community input and feedback after the first year's implementation to kind of see how things were going and if there were changes that we would make to the ordinance. Or any regulations or things about the process. Essentially, what I did is I worked backwards from when some deadlines might be for kind of enacting things, and what that would look like, to make changes to the ordinance and still be able to launch our renewal process and make any updates. After I looked at that and saw what the timeline looked like, it gave us a pretty strict window of time to kind of do this outreach process. So in order to have conversation with as many community members as possible and to have the opportunity for feedback from different people, instead of having a specific work group for it, I proposed putting together these listening sessions. I noticed today when I was working on my graphics, I sent you a document with 9 times for meetings. That was like the general overview of times that I had proposed originally, but I'd like to narrow it down to 4 or 5 times. And I'm open to feedback about what that looks like, or if there's any suggestions about the communications plan overall.
Councilmember Higgins.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but is there any kind of limitations on, speaking periods, during these?
There would be.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is, I fully support and I would love for multiple voices to be heard, and I would hate for those voices to be squashed by, one person's personal, soapbox.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Two things. One of the, I know you narrowed down the city dates. One was the 29th, and that's the same time we're in RTAP. And I think we're gonna be using the same equipment. I think that's is that a conflict? Yes.
We wouldn't necessarily have to come in here for the RTAP on the 29th because that's gonna be a remote meeting. We can attend that RTAP remotely ourselves.
Okay, so it's not our equipment, because you don't be using this, but. Okay, then the second thing, which is the comment about, most of the, you gave suggestions that you want them, we want to hear about, and most of them were, are we getting in the way, are we providing the right service? I mean, the other thing, I guess I thought we also want to be proactive about, well, how can we help your businesses? And it's just a comment.
Councilmember Kerr.
I do like starting with how can we help? But I think this is an excellent plan. I thought you were crazy when you had originally written 9, so I'm glad to know that you're not crazy. I do want to ask, I'm looking at the 4 days, and 2 of them are on the same week. Yes, they are on different days, but do we want to spread it more to have, is it feasible so that we catch more second owner homeowners coming in on different weeks? Probably can't push it back, but you would originally had proposals for the week of the 13th through 19th. That way you'd only have 1 a week and we could capture more people over different weeks. Is that feasible?
That is feasible. The only reason I cut that originally was just so we had more time to publicize. But I think we could still catch people that first week.
And are you doing these?
Yes.
Okay. This is awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember,
Just 2 quick things. First off, I think the hybrid format is absolutely critical, so thank you for focusing on that. And then second, just experience that we've experienced here at public comment, popular council, things like that, is that I really think that overview at the beginning was going to be really critical as well, because some folks don't necessarily understand the town versus their HOA versus a HOA for HOAs. And being able to distinguish between that and seeing what we can actually do as a town versus what is in their wheelhouse is important, I think, too.
the comment. One thought I had, is that we have 4 sessions. We have businesses that we will have different people in each session, which is okay, good. You want max participation, but would it make sense to have a primary focus at each session, be a different topic? You could address the other issues as well at the end. But for instance, licensing and the application process for software, STR regulations, STR enforcement software, call center, that, and then you have at the end of that session an opportunity for anyone who wanted to bring up any other topic as well.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, instead of doing generalized sessions for all of them, doing specialized sessions with a small generalized session.
And then at the end, the 4th session would be an all other, anything else was the thought, just it focuses it. Councilman Kerr.
If we anticipate that your average STR owner is going to want to put in one of these, then we'll be forcing them to choose.
But they can bring up the topic.
But it should be fair game for whatever issues that we don't even know they want to bring up.
Yeah, if I may weigh in, we selected and cut down the multiple days. The idea here is we want to have her reach out to the greatest number of people who want to weigh in on whatsoever. And especially since so many people who are concerned about this our second homeowners who building and live here. And, I think I can speak for our clerk and myself, and we're, well, first of all, a lot easier to organize one session and presentation to give 4 times than 4 different sessions. And even if you give time at the end, people might be discouraged, not realizing they'll be able to bring up anything. Good idea.
I'm just thinking of businesses, the STR property management companies are gonna be very interested in certain things, but not others. But I would imagine that just to protect their interests, they'll end up coming home.
Yeah, and what we might do is, we're kind of, edit our recordings of these sessions and produce one recording that will show every topic and discussion brought up. So someone can,
That's a lot of editing.
Yeah.
yeah, well, that's why I said we might.
Perhaps,
Yeah,
an accumulated list.
Or at least index, that
Yeah.
we'll be able to index the recordings.
As I said, I have this plan, and I know you expect it to be of interest to a wide range of people, from full-time residents to STR owners, et cetera, et cetera. And you'll make that clear in the communication that everybody is invited. I appreciate that.
Yes.
And you could also clarify that we will be reporting that out on May 27th. I think your timeline is good.
and you will be giving the council an update of the entire summary of all these sessions.
Right.
Right, any other comments?
A great idea.
Good, good. All right. Next item is, I would propose then that we push the, draft, animal control policy.
I would agree, and I highly encourage our council members who have concerns to come talk to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, our email or something, so that we can, yeah, make the changes.
What recommended again from council, as if you have a draft in front of you, if there's an amendment you would like to see made, it really is helpful if you work with the town manager as a town attorney in advance. They can actually help craft the amendment for you, so that it's something you can actually propose.
I know, it often is type. Understand that, but if,
But if you can get it for Monday morning, Monday afternoon, they have at least a day to think about it. If we're going to a number, and I suspect there will be suggested amendments there. So short-term rental, that then moves us into, report of the town manager and town staff.
okay, I'll start by kind of reporting off on some of our departments. Our clerk this week, spent some time trying to find a place for Oculus Council. The goat is just not going to work. We'll see what else is available. It's really tough. She's still working on it. And other than that, our clerk's office has been working very hard on website upgrades and starting of the Blue Vector phase 2 redo of their software. Public Works, as I said, we have got potholes this week. CDOT and AP asphalt are coming out. We've arranged for, we arranged with the county to plow the community pathway to West Keystone. We'll see if we have to plow again in a month and a half or so. But the county originally said they didn't want to work with us on it, and then at the last second, they called up and said, oh, yeah, we'll do it if you'll pay us $600. Easy decision to make. We've our contracting for, Loveland Pass Village grading and lead chloride application in a couple of months. As I said, Banish is coming up this week to do our roads inventory and to do the studies they need necessary to produce the construction drawings, for the Ranch Road, rebuild that we'll be doing this summer. Planning, it's been a mailboxes week. Anyone who's worked with Lindsay knows, thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. We have a Brightwood final design and final numbers should be coming out this week. Not officially final design, but it's likely, it's incorporating the recommendations CDOT made when they want to see a curb and gutter and a separated pathway. It makes sense. We'll see what the estimated numbers are. It could add another maybe $90,000 to the project. It's, as I pull into town every day though, I think it kind of makes sense. You get to that stoplight and it really feels like you're in Keystone proper. Curb and gutter on both sides of the road, serve as traffic calming, compared to just gravel shoulder that extends it anywhere. Does provide added safety on that. It's a narrow stretch of sidewalk down there when we get here to work. So, and it doesn't necessarily set a precedence for the rest of it because this truly is an isolated section of walkway. It in ways ties into our other walkways, but it's not going to run into a walkway that doesn't have curb and gutter. Ends at the lodging spot at the corner. Let me see what else we have here. I can't read my writing. So we're getting our water studies finishing. Read what I wrote, but comp plan. Lindsay and Andrew are spending a lot of time this week, just double checking some of the data and facts that our consultants have dug up and making sure we're going with the most accurate information. Finance, our February sales tax numbers just came in. They were up 12% over our numbers from last year, which were our projected numbers. That's almost 60, or a little over $60,000 above what we budgeted for. I mentioned last meeting that I made a mistake in budgeting our January numbers, and this already goes a long, long way to correcting for that. So that's good news. We are also, finance is working lodging tax, STR licensing, and converting our financials over to a more understandable form for council members to read with our financial reports. The police, I saw the draft logo. It looks pretty good. It will feature the three mountains in the back representing our three mountains of the resort. Sailboat in the front, very simple, not a busy logo. Keystone Police. So it looks really good. When they finalize it, we'll be bringing it. And they are hiring and training and getting ready to swear everyone in May, as I discussed at our last meeting. So that's our departments. Over the refuse container grant. Had a wonderful talk with Parks and Wildlife. They are overwhelmingly shocked and pleased that we actually created a mandate for bear-proof containers. And they said nothing's guaranteed till we get the check, but they pretty much guaranteed they'll have at least $50,000 for us in grant money So next meeting, we'll bring forth the grant program that we will have to commit to with our money.
And then be agreeable.
And then hopefully, like I said, reimburse.
If they approve the grant, will they reimburse things we've already paid for?
Yes.
Great.
Let me see, we had, speaking of paying for things we already had, the mayors and managers and commissioners meeting, the mayor and I went to, last week. The county is going to ask us to, and they're asking all the towns to give back the road and bridge money. Right now, the county's obligated to give 30% of,
It's actually 50%.
or 50% of the money they spend to the, on road.
No, it's actually 50% of the property tax that was raised. Commissioner Poe didn't know what she was talking about.
Okay. But the point is, they're asking us to give back road and bridge funds for 5 years so they can build roads, which they didn't do here for the past 5 years.
That's $130,000 a year, $130,000 a year.
$130,000 a year.
I guess at this point, I'd like to get a thumbs up or thumbs down on whether you would like to participate.
The ask is basically, and it's 103,000.
103?
Yeah, a year is what we are projected to get in road and bridge tax from the county disperses. They want the towns to forego accepting that money for 5 years.
The reason is because they're not gonna get the grant for Swan Mountain Road, so it's gonna have to be spread out over 4 years. And so they're not gonna be able to meet their responsibility. They, with other priorities, they don't believe they have the funds to properly maintain the rest of the county roads.
Maybe the county should reconsider their other priorities.
Well, I guess I have a question because like in all reality, Swan Mountain is a critical thoroughfare for a lot of people in this town. So if we were to agree to this, can we earmark and restrict that money so that it only goes to that?
No.
They'll just redirect other funds. And are they gonna give us the money back later? Because it is, and it's, it sounds like they created a mess and they want us to.
Give us 103K, we'll spend it.
No, give us 515K.
Right, but did they specify
What they did
just
say
what the
is we'll
intent?
do our best to put that money into roads that are associated close to your community.
Now,
Never done that.
I don't want to slam the county that much, but a big reason we became a town
They never did
is
that.
because they didn't do that.
And the other piece is we have inherited roads that have a significant maintenance backlog that we need to spend money on.
Would we be able to counter them and say if there is a specific project that they're looking for shared funding on, that we could be approached at that point, but not overly commit upfront?
I would be just as happy to say no.
Well, yeah.
Because I expect that they were gonna do the project anyway, and they're just going to redirect whatever funds they're going to get from us to whatever their other priorities are.
I do think if they were to say that's money from us would be focused on Swan Mountain, we should.
They just reallocate money from other.
Yeah, no, but the question is, and that road is used by people from Dillon and Silverton, and Bristol, it's used by
Which is
everybody.
why they're asking.
So what are their other priorities?
And I guess our question is, what are our priorities too? Because, for example, Ranch Road that I just talked about is, something that should have been done any time over the last 15 years and hasn't been repaired. And that's something we need to do for our people specifically. West Keystone Road is in pretty bad shape and getting worse. We're gonna have to mill and overlay that pretty soon. It's,
Traffic issues there.
yeah,
I mean, we have priorities that they've never addressed.
yeah.
Nothing new.
I mean, it's your decision, but I would highly recommend, if we were Breckenridge and our roads were in great shape already because we've spent the last 30 to 40 years bringing in 40 million a year. It's a different story.
They're asking for equal amounts from all town.
No.
And I say this,
It's
I'm
not
sorry.
equal amounts, it's based on your.
Okay, thank you for that correction.
And the difference is, we have a huge tax base. But our amount would probably be higher than, for instance, Gillis. Because of our large tax base. We have a $3.3 billion tax base,
Property tax.
property tax.
I agree with the sense of the council here, that we really need to take care of business at home. I actually made that point before we pitch into the county, but I would like to keep that door open to say, ask us again next year.
Yeah. I direct Swan every day for work. So I know when it's a priority, I know how to shape with it because we joke like, oh darn, the ice melted and now the potholes are empty. I think if the county came and said, we need this and look at what we're cutting from our other priorities, then there might be a little bit more appetite to listen. But I feel like they're asking us to fill the basic necessities so that they can do their other priorities.
Councilmember Liston.
Do you mind, clarifying the property tax connection? Because for so long, we talk about property taxes going to the county and not going to the town. So can you speak to that?
This is the roads and bridges property tax. And it's a certain mill levy amount, I don't remember off the top of my head. And by state statute, the towns get 50% of the revenue of the property tax collected from that town for the county tax.
Allocated
Got the road
for
bridge portion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can only be spent on roads and bridges.
So they just get 50% of the amount allocated from the.
Right now, they get 50% of the amount that's collected in Keystone, and we get 50%. They want 100%.
50% of total property taxes or just?
No, just from the road and bridges tax. The road and bridges tax, and that's a separate tax on your tax bill.
Got it.
That's where hanging on.
For the guidance that you're asking, I would agree with Council and concur that I do not like the idea of just blank check giving them all this, but I think that thoroughfare really should be a, consideration if it is right.
Let me go on a little bit more about the UNMC. The micro transit project has been put on hold. It has to do with federal and state funding.
Yeah, can I answer that or discuss that? So the transit board, the transit operations in Suffolk County get their money from two sources, sales tax and federal road money that comes through, is passed through the state and a couple other grants. The transit board had two major projects on its plate. One is micro transit, which I was very excited about. I think that was the firm back in, I think, December, if not November, and had done a lot of imaginations and assessments and planning to decide they were ready to go with the pilot, but uncertainty over federal funds is affecting the second major project, which is closer to execution. And that's a new building for the buses over in the Frisco, or the county commons in Frisco. And that will be a bus barn, it will be a office space, and it will also be homes to bus drivers and maintainers. So state has told them the money is safe. Nobody's making any bets these days. And since that has already been obligated and there's already a contract and they were supposed to start this month, they're going to prioritize this. This comes back to that idea of reimbursement. So if the county starts this project and then the federal funds do dry up, then they'll be their problem, which is why micro transit is on delay. Maybe more than you want to know, but it is interesting to know how everything fits together.
And then the managers have been talking, but this is the first time we brought up it, mayors, managers and commissioners. Just as Councilmember Claire mentioned, the way nonprofits are funded in Summit County. It's gotten a little bit out of control. And all the towns in the county have to step back and readdress, how we're approaching everything from early childhood options to, FERC, and I can't tell you how much trouble, the Silverthorne town manager got in with his girlfriend, who is the director of FERC. I mean, mentioned FERC. It's just gonna be something that we as the towns are all going to pretty much as we do right now, but present a united front on. This is unsustainable, the way our nonprofits are funded.
It's also a perfect storm because the federal government's cutting Head Start, the federal government's cutting, appears to be cutting Medicaid. Thinking purpose come out of that. And so, and the towns are also being pitched, to potential to, on their revenue sources as well. And so, that's what's driving that discussion.
So thank you for representing us, John, in these discussions.
So, I'll go on to our Excel intervention. Our attorney and I were at our first kickoff meeting, for that. I think one of the keys to come up with is, the values that we as interveners are looking for, we settled on. It's reliability of service, affordability of service, health and safety, and then because the carbon minimization is our last priority. But those are the things we're approaching this intervention, looking for more assurances from Excel that these issues could come up. One really good thing I got out of that, we have slightly different views from the rest of the county and the communities, but for the first time, Summit County alone, was standing up and going, why don't you do something in Denver and Northern Colorado to cut usage down there and just put more gas in our pipeline? So we'll see where that goes, but it was kind of the first meeting to lay out our schedule. It's a relatively tight schedule over the next 4 months, 6 or 4 or 5 months. And,
3 to September.
yeah,
And you'll let us know if there's any way we can, as council members or as the council as a whole, write to the, what's that board? PUC or the congressman. I realize, I bring this up because now it turns out that Governor Polis is looking at pulling back the deadline for fossil free from 2050 to 2040. Sounds great. So you try to do it.
didn't even know it could do that. That was, passed by the voters, wasn't, yeah. Yeah. Okay, grants, I talked about the CPW grant, that was just the best conversation. We submitted our appeal for the Main Street grant on Brightwood that we were denied. I got feedback on the MMOF grant that we also applied for Brightwood. We'd only get one or the other, we wouldn't get both. And I'll had to file the draft last month. The final application is due in a couple days, and the feedback on that was actually quite good. It was just a few very minor details.
That's good, because from what I just read in the paper this week, is that the Main Street program is being guided by the legislature.
Yes, yep. So both these grants that we're applying for have already been funded. They won't be there next. I gave our sales tax number, building appraisal should be done this week. Inspection should be happening sometime in the next week or two. Last week, I went to the Chamber of the Summit Real Estate Association at a town and county managers forum. Probably 150 real estate chamber members over at the CMC. Very interesting forum. We were a popular town there. The realtors love to hear that we have no interest in limiting STRs and things like that. And as we talk about our county budget, I don't know the number of times the county manager pointed out at that meeting that 43% of the county budget is law enforcement. Let's see, the mayor and I and John all showed up at the resort's community day, where they celebrate their Epic Promise nonprofits. Shannon started out her speech by specifically calling out the town and the cooperation. That was pleasant, and it was also pleasant to get free food and drink from the same resort. HUD released new AMI numbers for affordable housing. SEHA, we're having an emergency meeting next week because those numbers have gone up, I think, 12%. We haven't released the numbers yet, the SEHA, as our official AMI, because we have to figure out what impact our affordable housing is reaching unaffordable levels, as it is right now.
Does that mean that the program winter green apartments could potentially go up 12%, and still remain within the AMI level?
If the SEHA adopts new AMI levels. So, yeah, we'll be dealing with, we're having an emergency meeting next week before we finalize these numbers.
Is there a way for us to be involved? Can any of us be involved? I would like to be involved specifically.
Anyone can, they're open meetings, so.
But John is our SCHA rep. That Joe.
This.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you want to.
Since Mary's finishing up with this SDR outreach, we'll be coming to you with our plans for the Business Advisory Committee, and hopefully setting that up in May and June, getting the membership set up. Let me see. We have our retreat next Thursday at the Gravity House, 9 a.m. Valet parking is available. I have the SEHA meeting I talked about. We have our quarterly IMTPR meeting. I-70 coalitions this Thursday. Maddie is going to show up at that meeting since I will not be here. It is the executive director, Margaret Bose, who you all know from Association Ski Town. She's a local too, lives just down the road. It's her last meeting as executive director of the I-70 coalition. She's still maintaining caste. And it's not till after our next meeting, but it appears end of week after meetings, I'll be gone again. I'm gone this Thursday and Friday, and then after our next meeting, it's my city and county managers conference down in Glenwood Springs. So our next two meetings are the retreat April 17th and our regular meeting April 22nd. That's it for me.
Okay. Now we're into report.
Quick question, wildlife mitigation grant, do you know when they're gonna make that decision?
Yeah, the grant's due in May and the decision is made in July. So, like I said, we'll go forward with the program that we know we can fund and approve the program. We'll make the expenditures after we get the other grants, but we'll let people know it's out there.
And the next is the report of Karen Council. Council members have anything to report? Councilmember Hayden.
I would just like to echo the manager that, the community day was a really great opportunity to engage with, senior leaders across the Vail enterprise within Summit County. They had a significant showing from Breckenridge and Keystone, which is absolutely amazing to be able to get the opportunity, to just talk in an informal way. I think if we as a town could get more representation next time, that'd be even, better. From the Vail side, that's one area where we can grow those bonds and trust, honestly. But then also there was a lot of great non-for-profits, and being able to talk with them and learn what they do, was really impactful too, to see where we might be able to, build some, community in the future, right? They are here for a reason. And so being able to partner with them or at least, build those initial relationships was something that I think is really important. And I'd just like to advocate if more of us get the chance to go next time, that'd be something that's worthwhile.
My partner went on behalf of us.
Any other comments, Councilmember?
I'll kick it off and you can finish. We had a big coffee with council to, was on Monday morning. Was that just yesterday? 5 community members and a very wide ranging discussion, varying from town communication to discussion about code development, traffic lights, speed limits, everything you could think of. So the community is still waiting for us to move forward on that, but Mayor Tim, maybe you can add to that.
No, I don't have anything. It's a good session.
It is heartening to see our neighbors' passions and commitments about this town.
Anything else? The last thing I have, out of the mayor managers, was just an interesting factoid. Summit School District is the #1 rural district in Colorado for starting salaries for the teachers. That surprised me. I didn't realize that. And in the state, they're #10 overall. On school districts. That was a surprise. And, you covered the, council coffee. So I was surprised, I'm not really surprised, but I was pleasantly very happy to see the representation that was there.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any other matters? Councilmember Higgin.
Going back to one of the points that the manager mentioned, the walkway and the potential increase for costs. I would, ask that if we would be able to get an update in executive session in the future on how those negotiations are going. That might be helpful for us, especially given the increased cost.
But we expect an answer on that probably very shortly.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll have to be an executive session.
Okay, that's just the last time okay, thank you.
Good approach for other things in the future, though. Mr. Town Manager, NRO update, anything?
Oh, I'm meeting with, I'm meeting with, Maya on Tuesday.
I talked to the NRO board rep at the community day, and he said that they're already on contract in Keystone for 5 performances in a small group, 5 musicians. And I expressed to him concern that we were interested in, I don't know, he didn't know where those locations were. I would imagine they're all in River Run.
No, they're spread around.
Are they?
Yes, they're gonna be spread around. Let me see if I can. This here,
Who's pick them? How far did they spread them?
Um,
Like Lakeside Ranch.
where is Quake in Aspen?
That's River.
That's not how you work.
That's after.
Oh, okay, so then they're spreading them around River Road.
So when you meet with Maya, that's your opportunity to see if you can,
But, you know, when I was talking to an NRO representative up at
Yeah,
the,
that's what I do.
and they don't want to necessarily do them all over it.
Right.
Roger, but I think Maya was concerned that they were going to be on their own, and if they were paying the whole way, it was good to be at their location, so.
So then I'll have more details about this, but the point is, we are going to have and they even came up with a name for it, I can't recall it. That NRO representative told me at the meeting, so they're going to have a decided presence in Keystone.
And if we can't get involved, if it's all gonna be a river run this year, there's certainly be an opportunity early to get involved for next year and potentially, you can spread it out in the community. Anything else? Any other business? In that case, we've exhausted agenda, we have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Move,
Second.
move second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Just kidding.